is streaming this to the elementary sites out in the concourse so that we don't have to pack this room and we can be social distance best we can. But to keep Brandon, you've been with this guy before, you know he's going to be working with you. To keep these guys from having to pan all the way to the back where the windows you can't see, please move up to the front so we can have a little group up here and we can interact, okay? Be a good day. It's not church. This table right here is James passes. Your grandfather did, yeah, what the heck.
I've had them.
I love jeans passes, they don't cost me.
Hey, you know we're live, right? We're live, right?
Yeah. For some reason it took one of our graphics when I went live, because I just published to it. Because I tried to publish it and set the destination, but it wouldn't let me set it till 8:30. So I just went publish now. For some reason it took one of those football helmet graphics and made it
Our thumbnail.
I didn't know what they looked at.
Okay?
Yeah.
Let's go. We're talking 5 minutes. Okay, then I gotta make a statement. Okay? I told them down there, are you all from the TDC band? But I got Lana sitting my computer down there. Okay. I got it muted down there. Kyle, I told him we're all the same. Take the mask off down there. Yeah, we're going to do video, okay? Do we have sound down there? We do have sound? All right, good morning, guys. I know Jerry's got an announcement today, but I appreciate you guys being accommodating and flexible with today's plan. I wanted to mention like 2 things. Coaching going back to school, one of the things that we do every week when we start a new section of the course that we're in is we do a devotional. And this week's devotional centered on gratitude. And we did and of course it's all virtual, it's all online, do it by yourself. And watch a video, kind of a meditation piece to bring yourself into the moment and think about gratitude, things that you're grateful for. It's a great reminder that, because I try to approach every day with my favorite song, Jason Gray, It's Good to Be Alive, and it starts with, how in the heck does it start? Now I can't remember it. My favorite song, really, I remember my song. Hold on. Is this really the life I'm living? Because I don't deserve it. That's the first one. That's how I treat every day. And I'm grateful for the family that I have. I'm grateful for the little dog that we have. That's, at least when I come home, it's really glad to see me. Yeah, that's kind of nice. and grateful for my job, and I live a life of privilege of being able to get to know people, interact with people, have access to things, and do things that not everybody gets to do. And it's a big deal to me. And in situations like we're in now, what that does is that gives me access to a lot of input and information. And we're going to talk about masks. And I'm going to tell you, we looked at this very hard last week, before the Fort Supply outbreak was even a thing, okay? And the guidance that we got from the state health department was, we're seeing an uptick in community spread. We recommend that you go to your mask protocol at school, okay? That's enough for me. Now, what does that mean? How does it look? And of course, if you were on Facebook a little bit this weekend, you probably could all figure out how, what opinions are out there. But my number one directive to our principals is, we're not kicking kids out of school this week for not wearing masks, okay? We're not going to be just jerks about this and just this oppressive kind of thing. We are going to take a minute here to educate ourselves. We're going to take some time to educate our kids about how this is going to work, okay? And why we're doing it. As I'm telling you, it happens in a heartbeat. Good friend of mine, Bethany Superintendent Drew Eichelberger, we text every single day because we're in school together, he and another guy. And Saturdays, he was lit up. Just got a call, weekend contact trace investigator from the health department, shut his middle school down for 5 days. Just like that. No warning, no nothing. And so it happens very quickly. Last week, Elk City, they went from 0 to big time in a hurry. In about 36 hours, they had to make the decision to go to their AB schedule. Okay, it happens quickly. And so we feel like anything that we can do to ward that off as we work towards a combination of herd immunity or a vaccine, whatever it is that we end up with, that we can postpone that as long as we can, okay? So I'm just going to steal your thunder. I'm just going to tell them right now.
Go ahead.
When you guys are working in your buildings, I've got the math quad over here, the high school math quad. You guys all work together. If you guys work together in close proximity every day, and you're normally together, and you two see each other every day, right? Work closely together, no reason for you to wear a mask. Okay? When we're in this environment, and Mr. Burge has already told the group out in the concourse, if you're sitting with your colleagues, that's your cohort that you work with every day, and you're comfortable pulling the mask off today as we interact and work with Brandon Jones, I'm good with that, okay? We want to apply this thing in ways that make sense. Anybody ever seen somebody driving down the road with their mask on and there's nobody else in the car with them? I just laugh. I think that's funny. There may be a reason they do that, but I don't get it. So, guess what? They're from Louisiana. That must be, I don't know, hopefully nobody here is from Louisiana. Okay, so we want to do this in a smart way that makes sense. Elementary kids, they get in their classroom, those kids are cohorted. They stay by themselves all day. Why would they wear a mask in the classroom? Okay, it doesn't make any sense. So we'll work through this process this week. I appreciate it. I'm going to turn it over to Brandon. We're going to dive into some RTI. And I'm just going to tell you something that made, I got a little nervous. It was a no-brainer to stick with PLC with the Gear Up grant and to get access to the kind of resources that we get. When Project Aware came out and said, we want you guys to be a part of Project Aware, that was a no-brainer, but at the same time, I'm thinking, oh my gosh, we may kind of be getting in over our heads here. And they sent me to the MTSS conference out in Salt Lake City, the Elk City and the Weatherford City. We're like, what are we doing? Okay. Then my aha moment finally happens. Okay, MTSS, multi-tiered systems of support. What does that mean? RTI is a system of support. Our aware initiatives, that's a tiered system of support, right? The EL program is a tiered system of support. And so we're talking about having under an umbrella of multi-tiered systems of support, things like RTI, EL, and so forth. So I just wanted to put that in a kind of frame or conversation today with that. I'm not the presenter, you're probably tired of listening to me already. out. This is not the main man. This is just Jerry, okay?
Hey guys, they can't hear anything down there. Can you guys go check it out?
We're working on it.
You're working on it. The other group down, I have a teacher's voice, so I don't need a mic. The Lucian family is a really good case study right there because they spend a lot of time together and they're sitting at that table. They don't really need to wear a mask. If you feel comfortable in this group here and you don't want to wear a mask, that's fine. We don't care. That's what I told them down there. You get up, move around, and you're around that, put your mask on. You don't know what that other table has. They may have you don't want. Make sure to put your mask on. God, I'm fat.
Yeah, I think his question was, I'm going to paraphrase. So Jerry's question was, if you could, in the next couple of minutes, for yourself, not with the group, not with anybody at the table, but if you could write down your own definition of RTI or MTSS, what do you think that it is? And then I think at the end of the day, he's going to want you to go back to that definition and see if it changes at all based on our learning today. So I think that's kind of the end goal that he was hoping for you guys. So I'll give you another couple minutes, especially while they're still working on the sound for the other room. Just hopefully that will get going here shortly. definitely going to need it for today. You're also going to want to pull up something you can take notes with or jot some thoughts down. So you'll want to pull that up as well. Also, this is a really good time. If you look around your table, hopefully you've got multiple people at your table. If you don't have multiple people, you're going to want to maybe find a table that does, but you're going to end up wanting to have at least one person with a smartphone that works. So if you got anybody if everybody at your table has a flip phone right now, that's probably going to be an issue. Hey! I've got an echo on the computer back here. That's a good sign. Are we good? We hot now? All right. All right. I'm going to do my very best not to look up at that screen either. Screen adds 40 pounds. You guys quit looking. Stop looking up at the screen right now. I said that. Everybody turned around. Nope. All right. So we good to go? Awesome. So hopefully people in the other room, you have written down your definition of RTI or MTSS. Jerry's going to come back up at the end of our learning together to maybe reassess your learning. But with that being said, good morning. Woo! Number one, I'm so glad to be back here in Woodward. I'm fired up to be with you today. Number two, how awesome is it that we all get to be in the same place? I mean, let's get real serious about having to go home for months at a time and not getting to see anybody. Like, I thought that sounded like a really good thing to do for a while until I had to do it. And then I had to do it with my family and my children. Anybody live through that dream? Right? I was like, man, I get a little bit more family time. We're going to go home. We're going to quarantine. I'll tell you, I was in Arkansas the day before everything shut down. And I was supposed to be in Arkansas at another high school for 2 more days right before spring break, like many of you, right before spring break. And I was at this school, and I got a phone call at lunch from the principal of the school I was going to for the next 2 days. And he said, hey, man, I need to talk to you. I said, what's going on? I'll be there tomorrow. Everything all right? He goes, no. He said, my superintendent called me up, and he said, we're going to have to create this distance learning plan, and we got to have it on his desk by Friday. And I know we've got this leadership training, but, man, there's no way. I got to have all of my administrators and me. We're going to spend the next 24 hours trying to get this distant. You can hear the air quotes over the phone, right? This distance learning plan going. And, I said, what is this about? He said, it's this COVID thing. Have you heard of the COVID-19? I was like, yeah, I've heard of it, but I think it's not legit. So go ahead and do your distance learning plan, and I'll tell you what, we'll reschedule. We'll look at a couple or 3 weeks out from now. We'll get you guys some dates back on the calendar. And then like 48 hours later happened, and we're all home, and we don't get to go back out. And so I'll just tell you guys this. Look, I am so excited to be on site with people who are in school. So I hope that you're excited to see one another. Hope you're excited to do a little bit of learning today. And so my hope is, now in talking with Jerry about what his goal was for today, let me explain that to you guys. And we've got some goals and some guiding questions I'm going to lead you to here in a few moments. But I want you to just know kind of up front what the impetus for today was. Last year, it was really more about let's get all on the same page with our language and our understanding and our overview of the professional learning community process. So for some of you, that was a review, and you've been through that before, and you were like, oh, yeah, I get to check some boxes where I totally understand, and we're going to realign our thinking and make sure that we have common language. This year, in talking with him, he said, look, I really want to get an overview of RTI specifically. I said, only RTI? He said, yeah, pretty much. He said, we might reinforce some PLC concepts, but for the most part, we want to focus on RTI because you've got this super awesome guy coming back in January or February. His name is Rich Smith. Have you guys had Rich on site before? If you haven't, or you haven't seen him, you're going to love this guy. He is awesome. He's like me on steroids. He is like super great, okay? He is, one of my mentors. I was just with him last week, actually, at another school and got to do some work with him there. So he's going to be diving even deeper into the RTI process. And so I just want you guys to know where we're going today. So just like last year, for some of you, you're probably sitting here and going, I've heard the story of RTI before. Like maybe we've even been doing some RTI stuff on campus. Or I went to a conference and I saw some of this before. That's great. You get to be the critical friend. Anybody, show of hands. Now look, this is a participatory set, and this is for people who are not in the room with me as well, because I got people in there helping out. So I want you guys to raise it. If I'm asking for hands raised, I want you guys to raise hands as well. Raise your hands. Have any of you ever had a child in your class that already knew the content before you delivered it? Anybody ever had that? Okay, yeah. So for those of you who have had that child, and for those of you who didn't raise your hand, I'm so sorry. Like, I don't know what kind of kids they're giving you in your class, but my hope would be you get at least one, right, that kind of already knows the content or learns it quickly. What is our hope for that child in that class? What are we hoping they can do after we even deliver the content again? Yeah, we're hoping they can deepen their understanding. We're hoping they can confirm their understanding from before. We're hoping they can be a critical friend or a peer tutor or take their learning even deeper or higher. Like, that's what we want for that kid. So I want to explain it in that way. I love to use analogies. That if that's you, I want you to also deepen your understanding or take your understanding a little further. So my hope is that the materials that I've given you will allow you to do that in the discussions that we have. Now, I will tell you this. From last year to this year, I have totally changed the way that I do handouts, okay? And here's the way that it happens. My PowerPoint that's up on the screen here, it's super boring. Like, there's not a ton of content that's going to show up on the screen up here that you don't already have in your handouts, okay? The PowerPoint is really just a placeholder for the learning that happens in the handouts. So all of the important information that you need is on that handout page, all of it. So if you've got that, you've got all the tools necessary to do the learning for the day. My PowerPoint, and this is especially helpful for the people who are in different rooms, PowerPoint's going to be super boring. Some of it will come up with a slide that says, go to this part in your handouts. That's kind of like the next slide that you guys will have. So just to let you know about that up front. So our first activity together is this. In the first page of your handouts, we're going to celebrate your journey and how far you've already come in the PLC process. So if you would, pull those handouts up, go to that page in your handouts. I hope that you can edit it. If you can't, you need to have that notes section pulled up where you can manipulate some notes for this. But I want you guys to take just a few minutes and answer these questions. Now, this is alone, by yourself, with no help from anybody else. So this is a few minutes of quiet time. This is not a group activity. The first question is, what have we learned since we began in this PLC journey? Secondly, what have we created? What have we started? What have we stopped? What have we become more focused on? And what have we seen evidence of? So there's a lot of questions there for you to consider. At least 5 or 6. Yeah, there's 6. So I'm going to give you several minutes to pull that up, get your thoughts down, and then we're going to do a quick activity based on those, all right? Yeah, if you're still looking for that, it was emailed to everybody, is what I understand. So, should be the very first page. Yeah, it may not look exactly like that. So since we've last met, I've been thinking, I've tried, and I still have questions about. Answer those 3, okay? Answer those 3. That's your reflection. I'm going to give you about 90 more seconds to get your answers for those few questions together. All right, so raise your hand. Who needs a few more minutes or a couple more minutes to finish your thoughts? Like one person in the whole room? Okay. Give that person just a few more seconds to finish that up. All right, so here's what I need you to do. In this room and in our hybrid sites away from us, I want you to look around the room. You're going to need two things when you get up. You're going to go meet some new people. You're going to get in a group of 4. Okay, everybody hold up the number 4 with me. 4. 4 is not 3. 4 is not 10, right? We're going to get a group of 4. Here's the only thing I need you to do. It cannot be anybody at the current table you're sitting at, okay? You're going to need to take with you your notes, which for many of you is your computer, and you're going to need to take your smartphone with you, all right? Now, we're going to be in this group for maybe the next 10 minutes or so you don't have to find a permanent spot to be, but maybe you want to find a different spot to sit, or feel free to stand up to have this conversation. When you assemble in your group of 4, here's the conversation I want you to have. I want you guys to just share out some of the things that you just answered on your, am I not? Oh, hold on. Are you looking at that? There we go. Hang on. Let's see. Boom. There we go. So once you get with those people, I want you to just have a quick conversation about the things you just wrote down for yourself. So what are some things you've been thinking? What have you tried? And then what questions do you still have? Now, once you have that conversation, here's what I want you to do in that group. Okay, I've given you 2 different ways to access this document. How many of you, just show of hands, have ever used Padlet? Anybody used Padlet before? It's an online service. Now they suck you in when you start using Padlet. So for the first, that's really cool. What's that going to do? That's awesome. You going to share my whole screen? That's got the answers on it. Okay. So we just got more technology coming up all the time. So here's what Padlet is. It's an online way to share information, okay? So if you haven't used that before, feel free to get used to that. We're going to use it one other time later. In order to access that QR code, if you haven't ever done that before, all you have to do is pull up your phone's camera, all right? You don't need a QR reader or anything like that. Pull up the camera and it should shoot that QR code. But if you're having an issue, just type that URL at the top. Type that into your browser and it'll take you right to it, okay? So that's a way to give me some feedback. So here's the deal. When you have the conversation in your small group, I want you guys to just post a few of the most prominent or prevalent or powerful thoughts that you have. So you're going to see those 3 questions on that Padlet when you go to it. So as you have your discussion, I want your group to post 1 or 2 or 3 of the most powerful items that you guys have together. Any questions about what we're about to do for the next 5 to 10 minutes? All right, so stand, find some new people, lock eyes with folks. Can't be anybody from your current table. Feel free to take your mask with you. Let's get those on since you're with new folks. So if you haven't already, be sure you go to the QR code or to that URL at the top. Let's get your thoughts down on that Padlet. I'm going to give you about 3 or 4 more minutes to do that. Make sure you take your top 2 or 3 ideas and put it online together so we can share that information. If anybody has any questions, feel free to call me over. All right, I'm going to bring everybody back with me in about 20 seconds. Try to wrap up your conversations in about 20 seconds. Boy, I could lose about 22. Look at that. Woo. Is there a way I can untuck my shirt in a different way? Or, golly. We can do a lot of things with TV, and we can't do that. All right. If you'll close out your conversations, you're back with me in 5, 4, 3, 2. You can stay with your group because we got one more conversation to have. 2 and 1. So here's what I'd like for you to do. Hopefully you had enough time to have a quick conversation about your journey so far. Secondly, I hope you had an opportunity to post something onto our Padlet. But even if you haven't had that opportunity yet, you're going to have a couple more minutes. Because here's what I'd like for you to do. I want you to go to that Padlet, and I want you to look back through all of the responses in those 3 columns. Check out what your colleagues are saying about things that they've thought about or things that they've tried, and even some questions that they still have. See if you find any common threads in any of those, because I'm seeing a few of them, all right? So check that out as a team. Go to that Padlet and look at what other people are commenting on that thing. Yeah, absolutely. Here we go. Here we go. There you go. Or you can just type that URL into Google, and it'll go to it as well. That thing at the top, if you just type those letters and numbers in, it'll go to it. Yeah, it's on your back screen too now, if that's easier. Give you a couple more minutes to look through those. Well, these make me laugh. Man, I'm just telling you, you guys might have to go find a better angle to put that video. Like that angle's not gonna work for me. I need like a straight on. I'm gonna need you guys to move to the middle of the room, or I'm just gonna start talking this way. All right, so you're gonna be back with me in 30 seconds. If you could wrap that conversation up. All right, and you're back with me in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you, guys. So let's redirect up here. So I've got a couple of questions for you. You're going to have to put your teacher voice on for me to hear you. What's one or two common threads that you saw in the responses there? Any celebrations? What are some things that can be celebrated? Go. Encore at the, yeah, clap for that. Shoot, she said encore at the high school is working really well. Okay, my understanding now, I got like some previews of this, like 90-second previews before we got started today, okay? And here's what I know in my 90-second preview, is that we tried it a different way before, maybe around lunchtime and that kind of thing, and it just really was not serving our kids or our staff very well with that kind of setup, right? But recently we moved it to a different time during the day, after second period, before third period. It's like for 30 minutes. And we're actually seeing kids being served during the day for the specific needs that they have. Anybody testify to that it's actually that's awesome. Like, that's huge. You've got something built into your day where we can require kids to go, and it's being effective for the kids that we're serving right now. Now, those same people in the room that just said, woo, we're super excited, that's a huge celebration. Like, we should be shouting that, not just to the people on our staff, not just to our kids, but to our community as well. Wouldn't it be nice if you're a parent or a community member or a school board member or somebody that has a business in town, wouldn't they love to hear that, hey, by the way, guys, our kids who are about to graduate from here, they're getting real-time help on skills that they can't do right now. Wouldn't that be something awesome to hear? And by the way, you're not having to pay for this. Like, this is something we're providing because we just love our kids and we want them to learn this specific skill. That's huge. Here's the other thing. For the people who just celebrated that, how many of you would say you already see some things that you could improve and do better in the future, right? We might not be able to change it tomorrow, but maybe next semester or even next year, hey, we could maybe do these things a little better, a little tweak here and there, and we could make it even better for our kids and for our staff. That's awesome. Did anybody see a couple of comments on here? I saw a couple from people from other schools, middle school or otherwise, specifically middle school. There's at least 2 comments. You guys can read through it. I didn't post it. That said, hey, how could we do this at our school? Like, we've heard about this academic enrichment and this encore thing. We don't currently have something like that, but how could we put that thing in place? Let me help you. Other schools who are looking to want to do something like that, call a critical friend at the high school and say, what did you do, right? If they're already implementing it, we can avoid some bumps along the way if we have some conversations with those people about how did they do it, all right? So I would encourage you to do that. What other common themes did you see in this document? Anything? Right. Awesome. Awesome. I didn't see anything about using those words. Oh, there it is right there in the middle. Here we go. It says it. There we go. Split kids into 2 groups. Get out and need extensions. Those who still need more trouble. More help. I was like, those kids who need more trouble, we're going to give it to them in this struggle stretch, man. I mean, it's coming. There we go. Liven up. Here we go. So one teacher takes the extension groups and another takes extends their learning, and one teacher takes kids who need reteaching. That's awesome, right? We're splitting kids into their needs. Anything else? Any other common threads that you saw? What about some common language that showed up in this document? Anybody? Yeah, that's the one I was thinking as well. I saw CFAs all over all 3 of those columns, right? Hey, we've either started that process, we've been trying to work through that process, we've begun, we're currently working through it and know what's happening. That is awesome. I will tell you this, we did a little survey last year around this same time about where are we in the PLC process, there were a ton of people in this room with us that could not say we've engaged in the CFA process yet. Okay, you with me? I don't know if you're brand new or if you've been here a long time, but there's a lot of people that were in the room that said, yeah, this CFA thing, I don't know about all that. Like, I don't know if we're going to do it, but I'm seeing that all over our document here. This is the reason why we did this activity, okay? I want you to imagine with me, all right? We all got in a boat together, everybody. Social distance. It's a huge boat, okay? We all got in this boat together and we pushed away from shore. Everybody's been rowing this boat. Shore is getting further and further away. Land is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And sometime along that journey, we can't see land anymore. And then we're still rowing and still rowing. Sometimes it's really hard to see how far we've come because we don't stop long enough to celebrate the little steps that we've taken. These little steps turn into giant leaps for our kids, right? They turn into huge successes for our kids in our school. So I want to encourage you, continue to celebrate your journey and the steps that you've taken along the way. That is a really important part of the process. So here's what I'd like for you to do. Turn to the people who are around you in this team of 4. You can thank them. I don't care how you do it. You can elbow bump. You can give them a head nod, whatever that might be, and return to your original seat. We're going to be there for the next few minutes. All right, thank you. Thank you for finding your original seat. So a couple of things that I want to make mention. Of as you're finding your seat again, just about my own health and my use of a mask. So I don't know if you guys remember this, but if you were here last year, I was scheduled to be on site with you like on a Monday in the middle of the year. And I went to the doctor over the weekend on Saturday night. I wasn't feeling well on Saturday, went to the doctor on Saturday night, and the doctor said, you know what? I'm not even going to test you for the flu because you have all the symptoms of the flu. And I was running like 103 fever, just bad shape, okay, on a Saturday night. Supposed to be with you guys on Monday. And he said, look, you're out for the next week at least. You're going to be contagious. You can't go see anybody. So I had to get in touch with Jerry over the weekend. It's the first time in 10 years, I shared this with him, first time in 10 years I've ever had to cancel an on-site visit. So I apologize for that. It's not something I asked to do, but now I look back and I go, I don't know, did I have COVID? I don't know. You know, they didn't test me for the flu, and it was in the spring early. But aside from that, man, I've been battling some allergy issues, so I don't know if you guys have allergies. But it's a great time to be battling those because every time I give a little cough, like people in the first 3 rows start backing up, right? So I will cover, and anytime I'm around you all, so if I come out to your groups, I'll put my mask back on. I don't want to make anybody uncomfortable for sure. So I know everybody's at a different level of comfortability with masks and things like that. I'm definitely not ill. I've got some allergy things. So if you hear that, that's what's going on. All right, let's continue our learning. Now, this is in your handout, so you actually have this slide. So there's a lot of key slides that you guys are going to have in your handouts. This is one of them, so you can pull that back up. So I want you to take just a moment and read through that quote. And again, if you don't want to follow along up here, You've got it in your handouts on your computer or wherever you have that on your phone. So here's what I want you to do, just with the people at your table, okay? Just with the people at your table, this is where your friends that are sitting around you are going to be really important. Here's what I want you to do. Take just a moment, have a quick conversation with those people about this quote. Do you agree with the quote? Do you disagree with the quote? What are your first reactions? What does it make you think about, all right, when you read that? So, first reactions to this quote, agree, disagree, or what does it make you think about? Have that conversation at your table for the next few minutes. All right. So I want to hear from some people in the room. So just what are your first thoughts? Agree, disagree? What did it make you think about? Agree? Can you tell me why? Can you tell me why you agree? You were like, oh, you didn't ask that. Wait a minute, that's extra. Can you tell me why? Do you want to tell me why? Oh, you did? Oh, look, I'll go in and make a typo on one of my slides just for you, okay? What anybody agree and want to tell me why? She said she agrees, but doesn't want to share why that is. Anybody? Yeah, tell me why. Mm. Mm. Hmm. Hmm. So she said, well, I agree, but where's the end for that child? Like, at what point, how do we find their capability, right? So there was actually a statement, I don't know if you guys read it, but on the Padlet, in like the third column, I think, there was a statement that sounded, that had that same kind of question. It was like, look, at what point do we call it quits? Like, we've done everything we know to help. At what, did I do something?
No, you didn't do something. So just so you know, they can't hear the question.
Okay.
There's no ambient.
Gotcha. So I'll try to repeat everything they say for the people that are over there. This is my good side. Memorize that, because this is not. So, yeah, I'll try to repeat. But basically, she said, at what point do we say, hey, we try to find that kid's capability, right? So there was something over on the right-hand side in that third column that said something similar to that. They said, look, well, at what point do we just call it quits? And we're like, look, we've done everything we know how to do to help this kid, and now what, right? It's almost like TOD, right? Look, we've zapped them as many times as we can zap them. At what point do we just call it, right? It's a good question. It's a good question. What other thoughts for the good of the group? Agree, disagree? What were your first reactions to that quote? We're getting at least one more. And you guys have to be my guinea pigs because I can't hear them. So, So she said sometimes we get caught up so much in the debating that it takes up so much time and we forget what the end goal really is. Can I ask you this? What are we debating? Like, what is the debate that we're putting out there? What would be something that we're debating that's taking a lot of time? Okay. So I'm going to try to paraphrase. She said, sometimes we get caught up in, is what we're teaching at the rigor it's supposed to be, and are we at high levels, quote unquote, and at some point we just need to stop and say, we got to get every kid there, right? Anybody ever feel like that? Show of hands. Yeah, some for sure, right? So we're going to go a little bit deeper into this. Here's what's great, okay? Anybody ever seen the original Karate Kid? Like the first one? Not the trash that came out later. How many of you, let's get truthful now. How many of you are now Cobra Kai fans? Little Netflix Cobra Kai. I got a shirt coming from Amazon. You need to get on there and check it out. The original Karate Kid, okay? Some of you are too young to even know what I'm talking about. You need to go like Hulu that, all right? Go download it and watch the original, okay? We're going to paint the fence and we're going to wax on, wax off throughout the day, all right? Here's the first key that you need to know about RTI and MTSS. If you haven't taken a note before now, this is the note that you need to take. Are you ready? Here it is. Some of you are still going to miss it, right? Hey, take this note. Ready? RTI and MTSS don't begin with a structure and a system. RTI and MTSS don't begin with a structure and a system. It begins with your beliefs and your culture. Your beliefs and your culture is where your RTI and where your MTSS begins. Now, this is why this quote is so important. This is why we're beginning with this quote. Notice that we haven't pulled out a pyramid. We haven't talked about a tier 2 system. We haven't talked about your encore. None of that, right? Because here's the problem. If we get this part wrong, the rest of that will fall apart. If we don't get this part right, the rest of that won't really matter. Okay? So here's what I want to ask you. At your table, I want you to define this, and it's not a trick question. Okay, so don't treat it like a trick question. It's not a trick question. I know for a fact we talked about this last year. So this is a review portion, right? But we all have to be on the same page with what we mean. So answer this question at your table and at whatever tables you guys are at. Here it is. What do we mean here in Woodward when we say all kids? What do we mean when we say all kids? It's in the quote, right? What do we mean when we say it? Ready, go. Give you 2 minutes. Have that conversation at your table. Come to a conclusion. They want to respond to something, I'd love for them to do that. All right. So let's get it. Ready? Middle school, high school, here we are. What do we mean when we say all kids? Somebody give it to me, and it can't be anybody that already talked to me. So red shirt, yellow shirt, gray shirt, out. All means all? Every kid? You said employable kids? All employable kids? I'm not making fun of anybody. I'm asking, yeah. I heard your emphasis on the wrong syllable. Okay. So, what else? Some of you are not getting that. Like, so thanks. What? Go ahead. You got voluntold. What is it? What does all mean? Yeah, we're going there. We're going there in a minute. She said, we agree all means all, but is the bar the same for all kids? We're not there yet. That's the next question I'm going to ask you, so hold that, all right? I'm just trying to define what is all right now. Every kid or not? Okay, so let's agree to this thing. I'm going to give you some qualifications of kids. We like to put kids in groups. I did this when I was in the classroom, all right? I was guilty. I was as guilty as anybody of doing this. I would put kids in groups. Matter of fact, we were being taught to do that. How many of you were taught to put kids in certain groups? We called them cute names like sub-pops. Anybody ever use that term? And yeah, what do your sub-pops say? What is that sub-pop doing? What is a sub-pop? We're putting kids into groups based on who they are. Well, this is a sub-pop of kids with color. This is a sub-pop of kids who are poor, right? How many of, all right, so all kids, ready? Do we mean kids who come from wealthy neighborhoods? Yep. Do we mean kids who come from poor neighborhoods? Kids who cannot pay for their own lunch every day? We mean those kids too. What about kids who have some kind of giftedness? Do we mean those kids? Yep. Do we mean kids who may not have giftedness but don't struggle every day? Do we mean those kids? Please don't call those kids a bubble kid. That's another sub-pop. Right? Don't label me a bubble kid. Here, hey, what about these kids? What about the kids who struggle to learn? Do we mean those kids? What about kids who struggle to learn so much we put a label on them, like a 504 student? We use that label? Kid with a 504 plan. Do we mean all when we say that kid? Okay. What about, let's go even further. What about a kid who gets services from special education? Do we mean all of those kids too? Yep. Every kid. Every kid. What about the kid? What about the kid who gets on your nerves? Any kid? Hey, any kid in my elementary and those schools, do you have any children who get on your nerves? Let's be serious. You ready? Are you guys doing like some online learning and some on-site learning and things like that? You doing some kind of, or is every kid on site? Woo! Hey, let me tell you something. Those were the first kids in your building on day one. The kids who get on your nerves, they don't miss a day of school, do they? You're trying to negotiate with them on a Friday. You're like, hey, if you don't come on Monday, it'd be all right. Like, I'm not even going to tell anybody. Like, it's okay. You just give me a 3-day weekend, I'm going to give you a 3-day weekend, okay? We'll work this out under the table, right? Those kids don't miss school. Or what about the kids who miss school all the time? Hey, this kid could learn the content, but in the last 10 days, I've seen them 3. You got any kids like that? Huh? What if, now you guys are all on site, but what if, right? Worst case scenario. Ready? A month from now, there's some kind of outbreak. Everybody goes online. Do we mean every kid that's online? See, that's hard right now, isn't it? There's challenges with that, is there not? Yeah, we mean every kid, okay? Now, what do we do with every kid? That's the question. We got to take them to high levels. So some of you are like, well, I thought we were talking about RTI today. We are. This is the foundation of your RTI system. Because we don't need RTI if we're not trying to get every kid to high levels. Did you hear me? You don't need it. Like, quit doing RTI and MTSS if you're not trying to get every kid to high levels. You know why? Because everybody can get some kids. Everybody in this room can get some of our kids to high levels. Great. We're really good at doing that. We throw out some high-yield instructional strategies in the classroom, and a lot of our kids in class will hopefully get the concepts in the predetermined amount of time we're going to spend on this concept. What does that sound like? I've got 4 days. I got 4 days to teach you this, and after 4 days, I got to go. I saw that in a comment on the left-hand side of that Padlet. Go back and read it. What do we do when we got it, like, it's the next skill is tomorrow. I got to go. What happens? We're going to help you with that, with this system, right? But listen, if we're not trying to get every kid to high levels, then quit this RTI business, because it's a lot of work, okay? But if we are truly trying to get every kid to high levels, then we need some help, because no teacher in this room can get every kid to high levels by themselves. No teacher can. That's why we need a system to make it happen. That's like trying to say one doctor in a town can serve every kind of ailment that would ever happen. That's not true. We've got multiple doctors, we've got lots of nurses, we've got EMTs, we've got specialists, we've got all kinds of people, right, that help service in different ways. And they all have different degrees of expertise. All have different degrees and give different degrees of support. It's the same type thing. Does it make sense that somebody with an allergy issue like me doesn't need to be admitted to the ER? That should make sense, right? The same thing happens with our kids. We've got some kids, like she was sharing, hey, we've got some kids that need a little bit of help to get there. We've got some kids that need a lot of help. But the first thing we've got to define before we do that is, where is there? You hear me? Where is there? So when we say high levels, are we all in agreement of what we mean when we say high levels? That's the next question. So here's what I want you to do. You cannot talk to anybody at your table right now. This is an alone conversation, independently. Hide your answer like it's the state test. Ready? I want you to write it down on a scratch sheet or in your computer somewhere, wherever. I want you to get it down like have an answer. Okay, on your phone, okay? Don't be going to Snapchat Gram and all that. Don't, Just write down this answer. 8 words or less. What do you mean when you say high levels of learning? 8 words or less. What does it mean to you when you say high levels of learning? What does that actually mean? What does it look like? Can't help to get no phone a friend. Don't talk to anybody next to you. Silent time for the next 2 minutes. What do you mean when you say high levels of learning? Look, some of you are already talking. You got your 8 words? Raise your hand if you need a little more time. Anybody need a little more time for your 8 words? What I mean when I say high levels of learning. Okay, good. I'm going to just judge everybody by you guys, so I hope our mobile sites are on the same thing. Okay? Here's what I want you to do. Turn around from your table right now. I want you to lock eyes with somebody at a different table. Anybody. Lock eyes with somebody at a different table. That's going to be your partner for the next few minutes. Look at you. If nobody's locking eyes with you, that's telling, all right? All right, here's what I want you to do. Ready? Here's the instructions. You've got to be standing for this activity. Some of us have not moved from our chair since we sat down. I want you to go to that person. Hold on, before you move, I'm going to tell you everything. I want you to go to that person. I want you guys to remain standing and remain a team until I send you back. All I want you to do, I want you to share what you said, your 8 words, of what it means to be at high levels of learning, and I want you to listen to them and what they wrote down about high levels of learning. So you're going to share those 2 ideas with one another, okay? Just remain standing and remain as a group until I send you back. Any questions? All right, find your partner. All right, I'll give you about 1 more minute.
Had our first response. So
It's just not natural, you know. They're used to being in a room. All right, you're going to be back with me in 20 seconds. Stay with your partner. All right, you're back with me in 5, 4, 3. Stay with your partner. 2, 1. And 1 again. And raise your hand if you see my hand. Awesome. Okay. So let me first say this. Let's define what we mean when we say the same. Okay? The same means exactly the same, identical to each other. Okay? It doesn't mean similar to or kind of like or sort of, right? So can you tell me your name? Yeah? Luann? Okay. So let's say that Luann is my partner, okay? Here's what I know happens in small groups like this. When I get together with Luann and we share our ideas together, she's going to share her idea with me, and I'm going to go, oh, Luann, that's really good thoughts. I really like what you just said. That's that's powerful. I agree. And then I share my idea with Luann, and she goes, I really love what you just wrote. If he had given us 16 words, that would have been my next 8 words that I would have written down, okay? I'm not asking if you agree with your partner, okay? What I'm asking is, did you two write down the same thing? Now, if you have to look at your partner and negotiate, or like if you have to make this symbol with your hands, the answer is probably no, okay? So here's what I want you to do. If you wrote down the same thing, stay right where you are and stay standing. If you did not write down the same thing, I want you to give an elbow bump to your partner and return to your seat. Ready, go. If you're having to negotiate, it's probably a no. All right, so look around the room. Now, I don't know what it looks like at our hybrid sites, at our mobile sites, but the vast majority, can we agree in this room? The vast majority of us sat down. We've got one, are you guys standing back there as well? Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we've got 5 groups of people who remained standing. Now, if we went one step further with this, what are the chances that all 5 of these have exactly the same thing as another group? What do you think? You're like, I'm not putting my good money on that, right? Here's the thing. The value is not in what they wrote. The value is in what you just saw. So you guys who are still standing, go ahead and give an elbow bump and return to your seats, okay? While they're returning to their seats, this is the question I want you to consider at your table. You ready? The value's not in what they wrote down and what you wrote down. Not yet. Here's the question that I have for you that you've got to answer at your table. Ready? What are the implications for our classrooms and for our kids if we all have a different definition of what high levels of learning is? Did you hear that? What are the implications for our classrooms and our kids if we all have a different definition of what high levels of learning is? Okay? That's what I want you to grapple with at your table. So I'm going to give you 3 or 4 minutes. Have that conversation at your table. What does that mean if we have different definitions? Ready, go. Give you about another minute. All right, so I want to hear from you. So what are the implications? If we don't have the same definition, what are the implications from our kids, for our kids and our classrooms? I want to hear from you guys. Somebody new. Or from our remote sites, either one. Yes, ma'am, go for it. Okay, so she said people will be pulling in different directions so they won't achieve the same. Anybody have a conversation that sounded like that? Something similar? What else? Your thoughts. Put it in your words. What are the implications? Mm-hmm. She said if we're confused, then we should expect our students to be confused, and we're setting them up for failure. That's a heavy statement, is it not? We setting them up for failure? How many of you remember this conversation from last year? This is one of the things we're reviewing right now. Anybody remember this? How many of you that remember it from last year are shocked that we didn't all have the same definition? I gave you the definition at the end last year. We're going to review it right now. We're all going to have the same definition. Can I help you with it? Here we go. If we don't all have the same definition, this is what it means. It means we are creating inequity in our classrooms. Not on purpose, not because we're bad people, not because we don't want great things for our kids. But we are inadvertently creating inequity in our classrooms. It means that some of us are thinking high levels of learning looks like this. Others of us think that high levels of learning looks like that. Yes, ma'am. Please do. I love pains in my rear. Yes, you do. Mm-hmm. That's true. Yep. True. Yep. Yep, you're absolutely right. Mm-hmm. No. No, and I think you're absolutely right, and I would agree with you. So that's not a pain at all. Actually, we were coming to that, but because we're there already, we're going to address that right now, okay? So when we talk about all kids to high levels, okay, now, first of all, let me say this. Do we mean all kids are going to learn in our system? We defined that when we said all kids. We mean every kid. Now we're putting a qualification on that where we say all kids at high levels, okay? When we say that, when we give this definition, here's what we mean. Any kid that's going to need to be an independent, productive citizen one day is going to go to these high levels. Any kid that's going to be an independent, productive citizen one day goes to these high levels, right? She actually mentioned that definition earlier. I just didn't give her credit because I was like, no, I know that's coming here in a few minutes. Now, yeah, give it a high five, right? Now, what does that mean? So do we have students, do students exist on your campus that are severe or profound students who need right now and will always need additional assistance to live one day, right? Yeah, we have those students. For those kids, they have very specific, very unique learning goals that have been tailored specifically to them, right? She mentioned like potty training, for instance, okay? There's a lot of goals, but since she mentions it, I'll use that as an example, okay? For some of our kids, that is a very specific learning goal that is unique to them, right? Our moderate to severe kids specifically, okay? But let me ask you this. Outside of that group, is every other kid going to be expected to be an independent, productive adult one day? Are they? Yeah. So when we say, I wouldn't say every kid's going to go yeah, right. Every kid's not going to take every class, right? That's true. Every kid's not going to take every class. Like every kid's not going to take calculus. Every kid's not going to go to college. Every kid, right? I get that. That's why we're defining what do we mean when we say high levels. Here's the answer, okay? Regardless of what you wrote down, we're all going to have the same definition when we say high levels. Here's what it is. Ready? If you're right-handed in the room, and I want you guys to get this. Now, I want you to put it like start over on the left-hand side of your page because we're going to put a bunch of equals on there, all right? I want you to understand what these terms mean, and they all equal one another, okay? If you're right-handed, raise your hand. Right-handed people, okay? Make a fist with your right hand. Put it right here in the middle of your chest like this. Everybody repeat after me. Say the bar. Try that again, right-handed people. There's a lot of you. Ready? If you're in our mobile site, you should be doing this as well if you're right-handed. Ready? Repeat after me. Say the bar. Good. All right, keep it right there. Left-handed people, raise your hand. All the brilliant people in the room like me. Just 2 of us? 3 of us. Yeah, there we go. Okay, guys. Oh, here we go. Lefty. All right, here we go. Ready? Make a fist. Put it right here in the middle. There are fewer of us, so you have to be louder. Ready? Everybody repeat after me. Say the bar. I called you brilliant, and then you let me down. Here we go. Ready? Left-handed people, say the bar. Very good. All right. Now, everybody get your bar. Everybody got your bar ready? Here we go. Everybody repeat after me. Say to it or through it. Try it again. Ready? Say to it or through it. All right. So the bar is high levels. Okay? So write that down. Bar equals high levels. I'll give you a minute. Now, by definition of the little activity we just did, okay, do we stop kids at the bar? No. We don't stop kids at the bar. We take every kid to it or where? Through it. Right? Or through it. Do you have some kids that walk in already knowing the concept that you want to learn? Yes, we just established that earlier, right? Some kids already come in knowing this concept and they start right here above the bar. So what do we do with them? We take them through the bar. We don't cap a kid's learning. We take them through it. But where does no kid get to stay? Below the bar, right? No kid gets to stay there. Could we agree that some kids come in just below the bar? And then through the learning and the activities that we do in class, they learn up to the bar? Yeah. Can we also agree that some kids come in way down there? Like, here's the bar, and you're like, hey, man, you can't even see the bar from where you're at. Can you see? I'm going to shine a brighter light down there, but can you see the bar I'm trying to get you to? You have any kids like that? Yeah, we got kids that are way down there. But where does no kid get to stay? Below the bar. So for kids that are way down there, it's going to take them more time, more resources, more effort to get to the bar. But what we just agreed to, if you agreed to that quote that we said, that all kids will get to the bar, will get to high levels. Okay, and we put a qualifier on that, right? We're talking about any kid who's going to be an independent, productive adult one day. Now, the next equal is important. So we've got the bar equals high levels of learning. Equals, this is the one that's super, super important. Ready? So you got another equal sign there. Are essentials in any course or content. You're going to have one more equals, okay? Oh, you ran out of room, didn't you? You're going to have to drop down to the next one. I told y'all to start on the left-hand side. So the bar equals high levels of learning, equals the essential standards in any course or content. Now let's stop right there. Who gets to determine the essentials? Who's we? The teams, right? The teams get to determine what's essential for a kid to learn in that content area or that grade level. So the Algebra 1 team decides what is essential in Algebra 1 for every kid to learn in Algebra 1, every single one. The second grade team gets to decide what's essential for a kid in reading to for them to absolutely have to learn what's essential in second grade reading. That team gets to decide that, right? And what do we call that? That is the bar that every kid gets to no matter what. No matter what. That is critical for us to understand before we get to this whole system part of RTI. If we can't get to that part, then this whole system of RTI doesn't really matter that much. Here's the last equal. You ready? Equals. Minimum expectation for every kid. Minimum expectation for every kid. See, you guys in Woodward, you're going to be experts. Some of you already are. But it's so counterintuitive, right? When you say high levels of learning, some people go, well, how high is your high? It's not that, right? It's not how high is your high. The question is, what's the minimum expectation everybody's got to get to? That's the high levels of learning, right? And we take every kid where? To it or through it. We don't cap a kid's learning. You see, that's where some people get hung up when we start talking about this high levels. Well, I mean, I have really high expectations for my children, so I'm going to take them way up there. That's fine, right? Take them. We should all be taking them way up there, right? But we should also agree there's a floor that no kid gets to stay below. Some kids come in below that floor, but we're going to get them there, right? Now, I'm going to take one more challenge for you, right? Because we already brought up special ed. That's going to come up some more throughout the day. And we said every kid, all kids, right? Some of you might say, well, we've got some special needs students right now who in their IEP paperwork, they have some edited material, right? They have not accommodated but modified curriculum. Anybody ever seen any of that? You with me? Okay. So how do we make that? Like, how do we marry that with what you're talking about? If we got kids that are coming in here and they've got modified curriculum, but yet we're supposed to take every kid to the bar. Ready? Here we go. This is a key concept. Can we modify curriculum for special education students? Yes. What curriculum should we not modify? The essentials. So when we go to an IEP meeting with kids, we should, if I am the 7th grade, writing teacher, I should, if I'm going to an IEP meeting for a kid and we're going to talk about 7th grade writing and somebody suggests modifying the curriculum in 7th grade writing, I should be armed with and sit down at the table and say, that's fine. We can modify the curriculum for this kid, but here are our essentials. We shall not modify these because our team has said these are the most critical things every single kid that comes in 7th grade writing has to learn. You with me? Now, is it possible that right now we might have, and I don't know, I'm saying this because I've been to a lot of schools, right? Is it possible we might have some kids that have some modified curriculum right now that might be the essentials, right? That may be possible. That's just something to look at along the way. That's one of those things that we can get back in and look at and see our processes. But the hope would be, look, if we're going to modify curriculum, we can't modify the essentials. We've said these are critical, all kids, high levels, right? So that's how those two ideas are married, right? I know some of you kind of probably had that question, okay? Let me ask this question. I'm going to just pause. Are there any questions about what we mean when we say all kids or high levels of learning? Equals, equals, equals. Okay. So next year, if I get to come here, you guys are all going to be still standing if we have that conversation again. You'd be like, no, I know what high levels learning is. It's all to the bar or better. Somebody asks you tonight, hey, what'd you guys learn? You're like, we learned how to take kids to the bar here in Woodward. Don't say that. Don't say that. Okay. All right, very good. Hey, we're going to take a break in just a few minutes. Hang with me till 10 o'clock. That's going to be our break. Turn in your next, actually it's on the bottom of your that page that you're looking at of your handouts. I'm having to remember this by memory. I usually have a printed out copy, but so if you look at the bottom of that page, you've got some goals and guiding questions for our day together. It's probably labeled as page 1 or 2. Which one is it? Page 2? Yeah, so if you go down to page 2, here's what I'd like for you to do. read through those goals and guiding questions. I just want you to mark or highlight the one that means the most to you. Like which one, if we could answer that today, then we will have accomplished what you really hoped we would accomplish today. So take a look at those goals and guiding questions, bottom of page 2. Hey guys, the document that was sent to you was the one that I sent to folks January of last year. That's not the one that you guys should have. Okay, that's all good. I was looking at hers, I was like, that looks like the one I sent last year. Yeah, it should be one called RTI Overview Handouts. I just saw that. Yeah, there it is. Well, this would make a lot more sense for you. Scroll up. Scroll up just a minute. Scroll up just a minute. Right there. Yeah. There it is. Okay. It's on page 3 of this one. All right, so everybody push pause. So everybody, if I could just get your attention just for a moment, and on our other site. So the one that I sent last week for you guys to have today is called RTI Overview Handouts. That's the one you should have up, okay? If there was another one shared, I had already sent materials last year in January, or last school year in January. So you have those, but those are not relevant for today. We built something totally different. So I didn't know that you had those in that drive, or I would have addressed it already. The one you should have up is called RTI Overview Handouts, okay? That is the one. So if you look at the bottom of page 3, which now you can see, like, it's got the slide on there I was just showing you, and some of you were probably like, you're telling me I have that, but I don't really have it. If you have RTI Overview Handouts up, you got it, okay? So at the bottom of page, which page do you have? 3, you got the goals and guiding questions. That's the one that I really wanted you guys to look through, okay? Yeah. It should say build shared knowledge regarding a school-wide system of intervention. That's number 1. Okay? That's the one that was sent last week for today. Okay. The title is RTI Overview Handouts. That's the one for today. Alrighty. Yes, ma'am. I don't know what he sent in the email, but what I sent last week was one called RTI Overview Handouts. The one that I'm seeing that some people got was one I sent him last year in January. So I'm going to go with no then. Okay. You know, we were going to do one more thing before the break. Probably not going to happen, okay? Let's just, this is probably a really good time to take a break. So I'm not sure what happened. The ones I sent last week should be called RTI Overview Handouts. Those are the ones we need pulled up, okay? We're going to take a 15-minute break, really 17 because I probably need that. So at 15 after, we'll be back here ready to rock and roll, okay? Stretch your legs, check your phone, do what you need to do. All right, guys, you got about 2 minutes. 2 minutes before our break will end. All right, we ready? All right, so it is 10:15. We're going to get rocking and rolling again. I want to honor your time. So you know, and I want to make sure and communicate this, we'll be taking lunch at 11:30. So you've got about an hour and 15 minutes before lunch. My understanding is you all will have an hour for lunch, so we'll be meeting back at 12:30, and I can assure you that we will end on time because I have a flight that I have to get on this evening. So we will definitely end on time this afternoon. But my hope is, let's just make sure for everybody in this room and the other rooms that you have the handout that is titled RTI Overview Handouts, okay? That is the one that was sent for this training. That is the one you should have access to, whether it's on your phone or on a computer. Please, please, please pull that one up. Because we lost a little time with the confusion, so you should be on page, and I'm going to pull mine up on my phone, so when you see me looking on my phone, it's because I don't have a paper copy of it. So you should be on page 3 of the handouts, okay? Go to page 3. Page 3 should have 4 slides at the top. The first one coincides with this slide. It says our working norms. Everybody in the same place as me? Because we lost time figuring those things out, we're skipping this part, okay? While I feel like it's important, it's not essential for today, okay? You with me on that? I'm trying to use some common language there, okay? It is important for us to have norms. If you don't already have norms in your teams, you're going to have some struggles along the way. Please write, review, and regulate those things. But that was some learning that we were going to do together. But that's not essential for today. So mark that out of your handouts if you'd like to, because we've got a couple of other activities that we have to do. To do our other activities, you got to have a partner, okay, before lunch. So we're going to meet a couple of new people. So you don't need anything with you to do this. If you feel like if you're going to new people and your mask is something you need to do because that's a new requirement, let's do that. But you're gonna meet a couple people, and one of them is going to be your brain buddy for the rest of the day. So it's going to be somebody that you're going to be like really close with for the rest of the day. Here are the qualifications for your partner. Now we're going to do something called stand up, hand up, pair up. Now our elementary people probably do this already. Secondary people, we didn't come out of school learning these things, okay? Here's how we're going to find partners in large groups. You're going to stand up, then you're going to put your hand up until you find a partner. When you find your partner, you can put your hand down, right? So you're going to pair up. Here's the first qualification for your first partner. It's going to be someone with the same color shoes on as you, all right? And this is the question you're going to answer. You're going to answer, what is something not many people know about you? That's the question you're going to answer with your first partner, all right? Now, to do this, remember, hey, look, it can't be anybody at your same table, by the way. So you're going to stand up, put your hand up, look around the room, find your partner, and answer this question for one another. Ready? Go. Find your partner. Hand up if you're looking for a partner. All right, we got someone right here still looking. You guys pair up. You guys pair up. That'll work. All right. You still looking? Hang on. Here's one. Are you still looking for a partner? Tell you what, partner up with him. I don't care what color shoes you have. There you go. All right. So answer this question for each other. All right, I'm going to give you about 1 minute. 1 minute with that partner. Going to be back with me in 10, 7, 5, 4, 2, 1. All right. Anybody hear anything that was super awesome that they don't mind sharing with the big group? Like, what's something we don't know about you that would be awesome for the big group? Anybody willing to share? Okay. So this young lady could be her daughter because she's a preacher's daughter and she gave birth to lots of preacher's daughters. So that's awesome. I don't think I said that right. I think my ELA people would, I think you put the comma in the wrong place. Actually, I think it was the apostrophe I put in the wrong place, right? Not multiple preachers' daughters. Preachers' multiple daughters. A preacher. I don't know. Anybody else? Something something we don't know about you? I had a really good one this summer. Someone was telling us about a distillery they had at home. I was like, you probably shouldn't share that. You know? It's not something for today. Well, hopefully you learned something new about your current partner, all right? So here's what I want you to do. When I say go, we're going to break up from this partner with like a 1990s style of a breakup, okay? It's going to be one of these, okay? It's a head, it can't be straight back. That's like somebody pulled out too fast. It's kind of to the side, okay? You got to get it to the side to say goodbye. But here's the next partner you're looking for. Some of you, I'm going to be cool after today. Here's the next partner you're looking for. This is someone born within 2 months of your birth month, okay? Now, I was born in February, so listen. Hang on. So I was born in February, so I'm looking for somebody that was born in February, January, December, or February, March, April. Okay, does that make sense? So you've really got a 5-month window you're looking for someone. Okay? When you find that person, you're going to answer, hang on. I'm not done. When you find that person, you're going to answer this question. What are you most proud of? It can be personal or professional. It does not matter to me. But it can't be the person you're with right now, and it can't be anybody from your table. So hand up, find your new partner, say goodbye to your current partner. I'll give you about 1 more minute. 1 more minute. All right, you're going to be back with me in 10, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2. Awesome. Thank you, guys. All right. So anybody want to share what you heard from your partner? What are they most proud of? Something they're really, really proud of? Their kids? How many of you heard that from your partner? Your partner said something about family or kids, something like that? Yeah, you guys, I told you a little bit about my family before. I've got 4 kids, slow learner, my wife and I. But we've got, actually, our oldest daughter just started high school about a month ago. So that's a whole new level of stress for us. And we moved to a different town, so it's like she doesn't know anybody. Anybody been through that? 14-year-old going on 24, thinks she is. And I've got 2 middle daughters that are like 9 and 11, and then a son who is now 4, and he's super awesome. If anybody needs to know what that looks like, that's that kid. So yeah, we're super proud of our families. What else? What did you hear from your partner? What else are you proud of? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Graduate from college, have a job, and start paying back on student loans for the next 30 years. Yeah. Or hopefully we got that paid for, right? That's awesome. Congratulations. That's really cool. Anybody talk about an advanced degree? Sometimes in a group this big, people will talk about they were working on an advanced degree. They're super proud of that. Anybody? Yes, yoga certification is awesome. She'll be doing a complimentary class at lunch, so if you want to, I know you will. I'm reading it. Yes, ma'am. She's in a rock band? That might be the best one I've heard this summer. What do you do in the rock band? Please tell me you're the drummer. Oh, you're a singer? Do you sing lead, or do you sing like what? Yeah, of course, yes. Like, what kind of rock band are we talking? Like Nickelback or like a real rock band? like real rock band? That's awesome. She'll be providing the music for the yoga class at lunch, so that'll be good. All right. Hopefully you got to meet a new person, right? Hey, everybody look longingly into your partner's eyes right now. Turn and look at them. This is some of you are like, that's uncomfortable for me. I don't want to do that anymore. This is your brain buddy for the rest of the day. So when I say, hey, go meet up with your brain buddy, this is the person I want you to find, okay? Now, some of you are questioning your life choices right now. You're like, I should have picked wiser on this whole 2-month birthday thing. All right, so thank you for participating in that. Here's how you're going to say goodbye to your brain buddy. Now, elementary people, you guys have probably used this before. Secondary, this is new for us, so I'm going to teach it to you. We're going to do something called kissing our brain. So you're going to kiss here, you're going to tap your brain, and you're going to send it off. Okay, that's how you're going to say goodbye to your brain buddy. You guys return to your seats. Now, as you return, I need to tell you this, okay? As you return, I need to tell you this. Don't get super comfortable. Oh, no, I didn't mean you're getting up right now. But I like to prepare people so you can, understand it's coming, all right? So in about 10 minutes or so, when we get done discussing a few things, you're going to return to your brain buddy, and you'll be with them through, until we get to lunch, okay? But I wanted you to be able to return to your seat so that if there's anything you needed to gather up, you could do that with your brain buddy here in a few moments. We got a couple things we want to talk through before we get back to our brain buddy, all right? Really jumping into the premise behind RTI. I know some people might say, well, I don't understand, what is this RTI stuff anyway? Does it work? This PLC junk, does that work? I'm going to give you, there's going to be so much research and data and information that I'm going to share with you today, and then I'm going to give you other places where you can go find some additional information, all right? But the first one I'm sharing with you is this, and it's a quote by Austin Buffum, Mike Madison, Chris Webber. You have this slide in your handouts, right? So if you don't want to look up here, it should be on there, right? You have it. So scroll up. It's higher. No, you went down too far. It's on page 4 right there, top right. Okay? Yep, our objective. So here's our objective. When we create this thing called a system of RTI, we want to create a system that is systematic and multi-tiered. Systematic means this. Who the kid is irrelevant when it comes to the kind of support they will receive. who the child has for a teacher is irrelevant when it comes to the kind of support a child will receive. That's what being a part of a system really means. It means we're getting rid of the educational lottery. It means that every kid that struggles in the 6th grade with a concept is going to get the same kind of support for that struggle. That's what creating a system means. Multi-tiered means this. It means we have acknowledged not every kid needs the same amount or same kind of support, so we're going to create a system that provides for a variety of needs of kids. Now, here's what it also means when we're creating a system, all right? It means no one teacher is going to be responsible for the whole thing. How many of you would agree with this statement? That you got as much or more on your plate right now than you can possibly handle. Anybody? Okay, don't feel bad. Like you can raise, some of you were waiting on me to put the period on the end of that sentence to get your hand up. Yeah, you got a lot on your plate. There's a lot of things going on, and now we got to deal with health concerns as well and all of those things that go with it. Okay, so there's not less on the plate necessarily. But when we create this system, one of the great things about creating a true system of RTI is that I don't have to do it all myself. There's other parts of the system that work in conjunction with what I'm doing in the classroom that will help me in the classroom get to my kids. Okay? Wouldn't it be an awesome thing if there were other supports available that are going to help me get to all of my kids and high levels of learning? That's the kind of system we're going to help create, all right? And then the bottom part of that says we remain equally convinced that the only way to really truly implement a system of RTI is through the PLC process. Now, here's a really important concept for us to learn, and everybody be speaking with one voice when we say this. PLC and RTI are not, number one, they are not a program. Number two, they are not separate ideas or concepts. The PLC process is the culture by which we live in our school. RTI is a small fraction or faction of that process. RTI is embedded in the PLC process, if you will. It's not two totally different things. So PLC is the umbrella, and RTI fits within that umbrella. Okay? So that's really important. What we don't want people to think is, oh, okay, well, we did PLC, and now we're going to do RTI, and next year we're going to do MTSS, which, by the way, those two things are interchangeable. RTI, MTSS, interchangeable terms, okay, mean very much the same thing. In the professional learning community world, you're going to hear RTI, okay? MTSS is something you might hear in state law and legislation and things like that. But in RTI, we're creating a multi-tiered system of support, all right? Now, some of you might say, well, where is this RTI process embedded in the PLC culture? The first place it's embedded is right there in questions 3 and 4 that we ask one another. So you guys should be super familiar with these 4 critical questions right now. We should be working through these and aligning our work in our collaborative teams to these 4 critical questions. So my hope is, and I'm not going to survey the room, but my hope is that we live by these in our collaborative teams when we work together. So we spent a lot of time last year talking about the right work of teams. We spent a lot of time last year acknowledging that just simply getting people in the same place together, around a table together, that there is no evidence to support that just assembling together causes greater results for kids. It's what we do when we get there that causes a difference. This is the right work of teams. So if you're familiar with these, and hopefully you are, then you've been working through question number 1, which is getting really critically clear on what we want every kid to learn, establishing those essentials in every course or content. The second question is, well, how are we going to know if they learned it? Some of you acknowledge that you've been dealing with that question in our Padlet activity earlier. You said, well, this CFA thing, we've been diving into that. We've been getting some data back. That's great. Critical questions 3 and 4 are the first tiny baby steps of a system of RTI. This is where we begin to address issues that we have with kids. It's not the end of the addressing, but it's the beginning, right? So as a team, when we sit down together, we start pre-planning for kids that we know are going to struggle. We know we won't get all 100% of our kids to learn this concept, to get to the bar, to reach our essentials the first time we go through the content. So because we know that, we will begin pre-planning for those kids in our collaborative team. What are we going to do in class when a kid struggles? Let's assume we don't have any additional resources, no additional money. What can we do in class when a kid struggles? That is a conversation we have in our teams, and we start pre-planning for that. Later we're going to learn that's how we start building up our Tier 1 instruction. Some of you already know that concept. Some of you have heard that term. When we start talking about Tier 1 is answered in large part for our teams right here. What do we do for the kids that are going to struggle? Let's make some plans for that. Let's write them down so we're all on the same page. Why do we all need to be on the same page? So that we're not leaving everything up to the educational lottery. So I'm assured that what happens in her class is going to happen in her class, is going to happen in her class for kids who struggle. Second thing we ask one another down here at the bottom when it comes to this system is what will we do to take kids through the bar? All right? That fourth question, what are we going to, or this is what I call them, the forgotten children, right? The land of the lost. Sometimes we spend so much time with kids who are not learning or kids who haven't learned it yet that we somehow forget the kids who already learned it. Or this is a typical response. What are we going to do with those kids? Let them be the peer tutors. I need about 8 classroom aides anyway, so let's put those with other kids in the classroom, right? Hey, your kids who learn things quickly will learn quickly not to learn quickly, right? If we just keep putting them as classroom aides, they're going to go, well, I know better than to do that. I'm going to learn it at the same time as everybody else. I'm tired of helping Brandon over there. He just, he don't wear deodorant anyway. I mean, they're going to learn quickly. So what do? We have the conversation as a team. What are we going to do to take these kids through it, right? What are some nice-to-know skills that we don't have time to get to as a whole class, but some of these nice-to-know skills, good-to-know stuff, we can get those kids to those and keep extending their learning. So that's the question we have. Now, to do that, it has to be supported by a culture, right? So we've been talking a lot about the culture that we need to have to support this system of RTI. We've got to have shifts from these in traditional schools, which is just deciding what to teach and when to teach it. That's that typical conversation we hear in teams. The typical conversation is, what are we going to teach next week? The conversation should be about what do we want our students to learn next week. Also, administrators, we administer infrequent summative assessments instead of those CFAs. We focus on our inputs of teaching. We practice the if-only model of improvement. Now, that's a fun model to play, right? If these kids would just be, if only they were more motivated, if only we had parents who were more supportive, if only we had more resources, if only I had an instructional aide, if only I had more time, if only, right? That's the if-only model of instruction where hope is a strategy. And then we determine what to do when students don't learn, right? We got to move over to this PLC type strategy. Building shared knowledge about those essentials, administering those CFAs, focusing on our results, practicing what if we were able to change this, how could we impact kids, and creating that systematic response, okay? Now, on your next page of your handouts, you have something called an RTI culture survey. You got to scroll down to that for me, okay? What page is that on that you have right there? Page 5, okay? RTI culture survey, okay? Here's what I'd like for you to do. This is where you're going to get back with your brain buddy. You're going to be with your brain buddy. It's now 10:42. We've got some more learning to happen. But for the next 45 minutes or so until lunch, you'll be with that person. So I'd like for you to maybe take anything you might absolutely need in the next 45 minutes, take that with you. Now, hang on. Before you move, I'm going to go ahead and give you the instructions so you can get to work once you get there. I want you first to independently, without your brain buddy, answer those 8 questions on that survey, okay? Without your brain buddy. Once you've then finished, I want you to have a conversation about what you just decided, okay, individually. Does that make sense? Okay, so that's your first task. You're going to find your partner, individually answer the 8 questions by yourself, and then you two can have a discussion about how you answered those, okay? All right. Find your brain buddy, find a spot in the room that is comfortable for you, and I'll give you about 10, 12 minutes to work on that. Okay, so spend the first couple minutes answering it on your own, and then once you finish with that, then you guys talk together. I'm going to give you about 3 or 4 minutes to finish that conversation about the survey with your partner. Give you about 1 more minute. All right, you're going to be back with me in 10, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right. So I hope you had a good conversation about the survey. Let's go over this together. So I'm looking at it. I'm following along on my phone with you guys. So here's my question. How many of you, just show of hands, how many of you found at least one area out of those 10 questions? And yeah, I mistakenly said 8 earlier for some reason. But how many of you out of those 10 questions found at least one area that you gave yourself a 5? Anybody? Lots of people in the room? Okay, good. We should celebrate that. That's a big thing to pull out to the front and keep celebrating. How many of you, if you look down your list of 10, had mostly 4s and 5s out of those 10 questions? Would you say, hey, we're doing pretty good on most of these things? Okay, good. Look around the room. Lots of hands went up. How many of you found something, at least one thing, that you rated like a 1 or a 2? Something down the list that was maybe you didn't feel like it was quite in place yet? You can raise your hand. You can be proud of that. That's okay. Okay, look, here's the thing. This is not an indictment. It's just an alert. It's something to say, hey, look, there might be a part of our culture that we can keep building on, right? That we could keep getting better. And there's no fault in that. We've got to recognize what it is so we can try to improve it moving forward. So we've got some things to celebrate. We've got some things maybe we want to improve. Here's what I want you to do. Somewhere, either on your computer or in the notes you're taking by hand, I want you to note this, okay? If you can note this somewhere on your computer, I want you to note this. 1 through 5, okay? The list here on that culture chart, 1 through 5 is about collaborative teams. Okay? Just make a note for yourself. 1 through 5 is about our collaborative teams. 6 through 10 is about our culture. Okay? Specifically about our culture. So 1 through 5 is really how do our collaborative teams work within that. But 6 through 10 really drills down to what's our culture really like. Because can I tell you something? Those last 3 questions there, 4 questions, really, get to the heart of this. And the idea is if we can't be really confident with 4s and 5s on those last 4 questions, whatever system we put in place is going to fall apart. Right? So it's evident that learning is at the core purpose. Our staff believes that all kids are capable of learning at high levels. Our staff believes that what we do can overcome the effects of all of those outside issues. And lastly, our staff believes that it's our responsibility to make that happen. Right? What we do does help overcome those outside issues. I mean, and it's hard. I'm not saying it's an easy thing. Do you guys have any kids in poverty? Do you have any kids that don't speak English at home? Got any of those kids? Yeah. Got any kids with huge learning gaps? You know what we do sometimes we at high school when we see kids with big learning gaps, you know what we do? Well, if those middle school people had fixed this kid, I mean, what's the deal? And then what do we do? Middle school, what do we do? We look down at the elementary or the intermediate school, whatever you have. If they would have just fixed that kid, then what do we do at elementary? Yeah, if those parents have been reading to the kid, like we read to ours, how do you not know your colors and your numbers? What's the deal? And then kid gets into a freshman year. How do you not know your colors and your numbers? What's the deal? Right? Okay. I appreciate you guys engaging in that survey. You know, if you've got some areas to work on, then we need to bring that out to the light and work on them. Because this system is not going to work unless we work on these parts of our collaborative teams and our cultures. So the next question we have to ask ourselves is this, and you guys have a copy of this slide as well. Can we make this promise to every parent that drops a kid off with us, or every parent that allows a kid to drive to our school? Can we make this promise? That it doesn't matter what teacher your kid has at our school, if they need the extra time and support to learn at high levels, we guarantee that they're going to get it. Not we promise we're going to try to get it to them, not we hope that we can get it to them. We guarantee for that parent that if your kid needs help getting to the bar or better, to it or through it, we guarantee they're going to get the help to make that happen. Now, some of our, ready for this? Let's tie back into your Padlet activity earlier. Some of the questions that were posed there were about this. I don't feel like I have time to get to every single thing we've got to get to. I don't feel like I have time to intervene on every single skill. Like we've got to move on. You're right, we've got to move on. So I would pose 2 things to that. Number 1, if there's just too much there, if we haven't pared down our essentials enough to where we can intervene on those, maybe we need to take another look at our essentials, okay? Maybe we've got too many. Remember, a part of it being essential is this. It's guaranteed and viable, meaning we're promising every kid's going to learn it, and it's viable, meaning it's doable for us during 1 calendar school year, okay? So if we've got 12 essentials, and that turns out to be not viable, it's not doable to guarantee that, maybe we need to take a look at our essentials again. Here's the second thing. Is that at some point you do have to move on in your curriculum in class. At some point you can't stay on the same concept forever until we get to 100% of kids. That's a normal, realistic response in a classroom. That's okay. But when we have kids who still haven't learned by that moment, something else needs to trigger outside of the classroom, which is how some of you are responding with your encore time and your stretch and struggle time. Is that what it is? Is that what it's called? Okay. Struggle stretch? Yeah. So that's how you're addressing it at secondary level. I wish I was in with elementary too to find out how you guys are addressing it, but that's how we address that question. Here's what I want you guys at your with your brain buddy. Here's what I want you to do next. I want you to consider this question. How many different answers can you come up with in terms of how you have traditionally responded individually when kids have struggled? Now, Take yourself to that place, even if you're not doing this right now. There's two descriptors in that question that are important for you to consider. One is traditionally, the other is individually. So I'm not asking how you work with your team right now. I'm asking traditionally, how would you have gotten a kid help if they needed extra help before, right? Not pie in the sky, not maybe something you've learned along the way, but what would you do normally in a normal situation when you're by yourself and a kid struggles? What are some responses you might have? So take a few minutes, have that conversation with your brain buddy, get as many on the list as you can. This is a brainstorming session, right? So I want to hear some responses when we get finished with this next 3 to 5 minutes. Ready, go. All right, I'll give you about another minute to brainstorm that question. You're going to be back with me in 10, 7, 5, 3, 2, And 1. All right, so you guys are back with me. Let's get some responses. Only the back of the room can respond right now. So everybody from here on back, I'll let you go with the others, okay? So everybody here on back, what's one way that you traditionally responded when a kid was struggling in your class? What's something you came up with? Yeah. Okay, give them another explanation for that. Perfect. Hey, if you want to write some of these down, you can add to your list. All right, front of the room, give me one. Okay, stay before or after school, because, you know, we don't have a life as a teacher. We can put in all of our day, and then do more of our day, somebody else's day. All right, back of the room. What's something else? Okay, try to find different tools, because, you know, every student has a different learning style, right? Anybody been through some learning style trainings? Did anybody else, is it just me? Did anybody else come out of that going, wait, you're telling me I have multiple personalities in my classroom? Like, I've already got 25, 30 children, and you're telling me they all fall into different groups of, woo. And that's where the term differentiation came from, right? Just differentiate. It's really easy. It's like rolling the dice. Put something out there. All right, front of the room, what's another strategy that we typically used? Oh, yeah, send them to somebody else. Send them down to special ed. Somebody else can fix them, right? Like, I did all of my best fixing in the classroom, and if I can't figure it out, somebody else can do that. Send them down to the content mastery or the sped room or the interventionist, and I'm trying to hit on stuff that maybe elementary might be saying as well. And elementary, if you guys have a response, shoot that in on the chat, and we're going to call that out as well. So, yeah, send them to somebody else down to the sped room. What else? Back of the room, anybody? Come on, there's like 50 people. Yeah. Yeah, talk to the parents, right? Make a parent phone call, find out, hey, if you guys were doing your job at home, we wouldn't be having this issue here. I mean, I'm going to imply that, but not say that, because then I get in trouble, right? Anybody else run into frustration with parents? Has anybody ever had like 10 kids that you want to call about, and you find half of a working number on that list of 10? Anybody? You're like, I feel like I'm on The Price is Right. Bob, did I get at least 4 numbers right on this? No, probably not. It's hard to get in touch with parents. What did you say? Because I want to hear. She said nothing. Pick your feet up off the floor. Don't get your toes stepped on with that one. Yeah, we do nothing. Why? Because I delivered it, you didn't learn it. Look, we dealt with that last year. Whose responsibility is it to learn it? Especially in secondary schools, we lean that way, don't we? I mean, I'm calling us out because I am one of us, and that's the way I leaned. Look, I delivered a great lesson, as evidenced by all of the boxes I checked on my evaluation for the last 3 years. These lessons are dynamite. I mean, they should be videoing me so that they could put these lessons out for people. I'm checking all the boxes. If you didn't learn it, it must be something that you did, right? So I'm doing nothing to help. What else? Front of the room, what's something else? Or elementary people? How about front corner of the room? Because I haven't heard from none of y'all. So, what else? What'd you do? Find some more videos, some technology resources, right? Yeah, sometimes what we do is try to figure out, can we get a kid to log in to some kind of program? Like, do we have any resources like that? We got any online programs? Got to have a login or a workbook or something like that? Hey, here's something you need to know about our system of RTI. Ready? Our very best research-based intervention is you. Did you hear that? The very best research-based intervention you have available is you. That's not what Scholastic's going to tell you. That's not what all these online programs are going to tell you. And that's not what Read 180 and Read Naturally and System 44 and Study Island and whatever, right? Ascend Math, I've seen them all, right? They're not going to tell you that. You are the very best research-based intervention we have. So the idea is, how do we get kids additional time with you for that to happen? Anybody else want to throw one more out there, one or two? Or if we got one from elementary, I'd love to hear that. So we're going to watch a video over the next few minutes. Feel free to take a note or two if you'd like. But this is Becky DeFore, the beauty and grace of PLC, who is talking about how her school addressed it traditionally, how they addressed RTI traditionally or intervening with kids, okay? So let me, I'm going to have to adjust the sound here. Well, I feel all official getting to, look at this, like, I don't even know half of the technology we're using today, but it's awesome. Here we go. See if you can resonate, if you resonate with any of these strategies that they used.
Yes, but let me just anticipate some of the things you may have talked about. You may have said the individual classroom teacher attempts to differentiate the learning for the students that are struggling versus the ones that are not, and we have activities and ways that we can do that. But we also know that by doing that, spending a lot of times with students that have struggled, it stops the pacing and new direct instruction regarding how many days we're able to devote to the struggling students. So we differentiate to the best of our ability. Some of you may have said, well, we pull the kids out of certain classes to give them extra time and support in others. So traditionally, I don't know if it's true of you, but I had a history of, in our schools, traditionally, it was okay to pull kids out of recess, a social lunch to have a working lunch, to pull them out of music or PE or library or technology, to give them extra support in language arts and math. And all of those good intentions of extra support in the core content were viewed as what in the minds of students that continually were pulled out of those things? It was punishment, so those are the kids that start to shut down in first grade, second grade, by the time they're third grade. So we've pulled them out of other classes to give them support. And that in doing so, very often, without even thinking about it, we were sending the message to the other teachers whose classes we were pulling kids from that your class isn't very important. So they don't need the instruction that you're offering. And so that was a message to the adults we didn't want to send. We also had folks that would come in and volunteer. We had some teacher assistants that would pull kids out. But very often, schedules weren't coordinated. Frequently, kids were being pulled out for extra support, but they were also missing what? New instruction in the core content. So those kids that were getting extra support, very often that wasn't connected to what was happening in the classroom, were falling further and further behind. The gap was getting wider and wider. We offered summer school to kids that didn't meet all the standards during the grade level year, tacked on a few more weeks at the end of the year. Sometimes teachers referred students for special education testing before they had even tried a single intervention in the classroom or beyond. So special ed was the first response when kids were struggling. Sometimes we retained kids. Right? We gave them another year, very often at the same, in the same classroom or at least the same experience, so that the second year was a repeat of the first. If you look at the research on retention, it's one of the most detrimental things we can do to students. Even though we've approached it in good intentioned ways in the past, you can pretty much predict your high school dropouts if the child has been retained once in elementary, and it's an absolute prediction if they've been retained twice. So retention might not be the best answer as well. Sometimes we ability group, or we level, or we track. We might call it different things, but we take all the slow learners from last year as they move up to the next grade level, and we put them in one classroom with one teacher, thinking that their learning needs are the same so that one teacher can work with these kids. Now, very often, because we do that, what happens to the curriculum of the grade level? The expectations are lowered. We bring it down. So does that help them get caught up? Absolutely not. It's not good for our students that are average learners. And the only group that tends to benefit in that clustering model are the kids that are already learning at high levels. And what the research shows is they're going to continue to learn at high levels no matter what. So those learners that are struggling need the positive peer role models as well. So clustering all the struggling kids together all day, all year, not a good response. Now, if none of those things are effective responses, what should we do instead? Well, we have to ask ourselves certain questions as we begin this journey and as we revisit the systems we've put in place in the past. First of all, do we believe it when we say our mission statements, that our job is to ensure all kids will learn at high levels?
So we're going to talk some more about those ideas, but let me ask you this. Did you hear anything there that sounded like what you were talking about that she just said? Yeah. There's a couple that we didn't hit on, and I don't know, maybe in our elementary group, we may have hit on these in the elementary group, but there's a couple we didn't touch on before. One of them was that ability grouping, okay? Now in elementary, it sounds very much like that we're going to have some classes that are just for the kids that typically struggle, and then we're going to have some classes maybe for on-level kids, and then we're going to have some classes that we call GT classes at the elementary school. Sometimes that kind of thing happens. Then as we get older, okay, when we get up into middle school and high school, it sounds different, but it's still the same thing. So we have below level or basic classes, then we have on grade level regular classes, then we have pre-AP or advanced or honors, then we have AP or IB or honors, something like that, right? That's still some forms of tracking and ability grouping, right? And we just call it something different. So that's one way that people have sometimes tried to address. That's how it has fleshed out. And it's become so normal in what we do in schools, you probably didn't even think of that when you were having your conversations, right? Because it's normalized. The other one that we didn't talk about that is so hugely important is retention. Like, we're just going to keep a kid here for another year in hopes that they're going to continue to learn those strategies. And when she said the research is compelling and evident about that, here's what it looks like. If a kid's retained one time during their career, the predictor of dropping out of high school is greater than 75%. Did you hear that? Greater than 75% is the predictor that kid's not gonna make it to the stage. Okay? If you retain a kid twice at any point during their career, the predictor is over 98% guaranteed the kid's not gonna make it. Right? And it's well-intentioned. Like, we're doing it with kind hearts and with the full intention to help out and to figure out what we can do, right? But what the research is telling us is that that's not what actually ends up happening for that kid. And it probably has nothing to do with our well-intentioned efforts. It has everything to do with now they're not on pace with their peers. And now they're not keeping pace with other people who have influence over their life in other ways, right? So we've got to find other strategies. So I show you that video and I ask you to contemplate that question for this. If those are some of the common strategies we've used before, we're convinced that those things don't work, right? They're not totally effective when it comes to intervening for kids. Then what should we fill our time and efforts and energy with? If we're going to get to high levels of learning for all kids, which you heard her mention that, by the way, she said the first step is to make sure we truly believe our mission of high levels for all kids. So how do we get there then? If those traditional methods didn't work, then how do we get there? Well, the first thing we have to do is we have to learn together. This is the next slide in your handouts. You have this. We've got about 10 minutes before lunch. But the first thing we have to do is learn some things together. What does the research say? What do the experts say about this whole thing we call a professional learning community and a system of RTI? So this statement at the bottom says if we just make decisions based on, if we make decisions based on the collective study of the same pool of information, we can increase our likelihood that we're going to arrive at the same decision, as opposed to just pooling opinions and ideas. That's what we want to avoid. So the next page of your handouts has this document on it. So I'm going to give you a few minutes to scan through that. We've got 10 minutes before lunch, but there's, well, we can tell you what. I'm going to give you the next 10 minutes. I want you to read through that document because it's super important. I don't have my phone on me. What page is that document on down at the bottom? Scroll all the way down, page 6. So if you guys would, read through each of those quotes on that page. I want you to pick out the one that really stands out to you. Like which one resonates with you the most on that page of why we should implement RTI. Give you guys a couple more minutes to find your favorite. All right, anybody want to share? Which one was your favorite? Anybody have a favorite? Which one did you underline or highlight? Yeah, go for it. Yeah. Yeah. So he said, for those that are watching and for those that couldn't hear in the back, he said one thing that he saw throughout all of these was that it sounded like a fire alarm going off, was that all of them said this is an immediate issue to assess and intervene immediately, not to wait, right? Wait until a kid fails or even wait to have more discussions about the topic or, you know, let's see how they do, but to intervene as soon as possible. Okay, that was a theme that he found. Thank you for sharing that. One more person? Either your favorite one or a thought that you had about the quotes that you just read? Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So she found that for those that are listening or couldn't hear, she focused on that last quote and said, you know, making both teaching and time variables, and how the high school, I think specifically, is trying to address that with Encore, where teams are sharing times and the time is flexible based on the kid need. So I think that's awesome. There's some really heavy hitters on this list. I mean, if you see like number 2, the President's Commission on Excellence in Special Ed. I mean, hey, there's a special ed reference right there. The very next one is Reeves, which is Doug Reeves. If you don't know him, he's a giant in the educational field. If you drop down, there's the National Center for Educational Achievement, an independent source that's citing back to this and saying, look, this is the very best way to help all kids. Now, some of you might get focused on some of the dates that are listed there, like it goes all the way back to 2002. If you look back, this system became law in the early 2000s, okay? Like RTI began being written into federal law as early as then. It's been around a long time, right? It's just we're just now implementing some of those pieces and figuring out how that works. And I'm not saying we as in Woodward, I'm saying we as in education. So that's a reason for that being the case. So thank you guys. If you were looking for some of the research of why should we even engage in this, that's some of the research before we go to lunch, and I'm going to give you every minute of your lunch, so don't sweat that, okay? If I take a minute or two, I'll give it back to you on the backside. But another person, and hopefully you've heard of this guy, John Hattie. He did a lot of work recently. He wrote a book called Visible Learning, which maybe you've heard of Bob Marzano. Has everybody heard of Marzano? So Marzano did a meta-analysis of a lot of different studies and came out with his 9 high-yield instructional strategies. Made him very, very famous. A lot of us did training on that. What Hattie did was he took many, many meta-analyses and pulled them together to find what he calls his list of factors influencing student achievement. So literally millions of studies of kids to find out what really impacts student achievement, all right? There's a list of over 250 factors, and this is what he came up with. RTI lands at number 3 on his list of factors that influence student achievement. It's only behind teacher self-efficacy, which means, do I truly believe that I can get the kid there to this learning? That's our teacher self-efficacy, which is great for a PLC because we recognize we can't do it alone. We're going to do it together in a team. So the question is, does our team have the collective efficacy that we believe we can really get the kids there? That's number 1 on the list. Number 2 on the list is student self-grade reporting, okay, or self-reporting learning for our kids. That's number 2. So there's 2 things that came in higher than RTI. And those are the 2 things. RTI comes in at number 3 with a standard deviation of 1.29, which for most people in the room, including me, that doesn't mean anything. But I gave you the reference at the bottom of what that really means. A 1 standard deviation equates to what? 2 to 3 years of growth in 1 year, right? So in 1 year, 1 standard deviation means we can move a kid 2 to 3 years in 1 year if we do it well. RTI came in at 1.29, meaning we can make multiple years of growth in 1 year if we can figure out how to do this well. Which wouldn't that be great? Because some of our kids come in well below the bar and their learning gaps look like this. If we move just 1 year in 1 year, what's that gap going to do? It's going to stay exactly the same over time. So what we're challenged with doing is taking 1 calendar year that we have the kid and doing more than 1 year's worth of learning so that we can close that gap over time. And what Hattie said is that, look, this is the number 3 factor on my list of more than 250 that can really make a difference for your kids in closing that gap, right? So that's a lot of the research behind it. The afternoon is going to be spent looking at the actual system and what is it, okay? So I took a couple minutes of your time. Let's say this. 12:35 is, can we commit to being back here ready to rock and roll? You guys have been awesome. Thank you so much for participating this morning. Hey guys, I appreciate you being back at 12:35. It looks like we're still missing quite a few people. I don't know how we're doing on our virtual site, but we'll wait just a few more minutes till 12:40 before I will start get going. To wait on a few more people to get here. Stuff like that. Cool. All right, guys. So it is 12:40, which is 5 minutes past our time. So we're going to go ahead and get rolling right now. I appreciate you guys being back and ready to roll. The administrative team took me over to Diardes. Is that how you say that? It's fantastic, but I need a nap. So if you see me get a little glazed over, that's what's happening. So, all right. So turn with me to page 7. You guys are back with me? So turn with me in your handouts to page 7. That's where we ended. We ended on a slide talking about John Hattie's work and his research. is 250 factors that influence student achievement. We talked about the standard deviation that this causes for kids, that RTI does. We're going to continue to learn together. And in doing that, we're going to investigate something called the 10 most common missteps. Now, this selection I've pulled from a book called Taking Action. So it's kind of a handbook for RTI. It's just one small section out of that particular book. But if you really want an in-depth study of RTI, I would encourage you to grab that book. It's really, really good. So this is one part that I feel like people find really relevant to the work that you guys are doing. So if you look at the bottom of page 7, I feel like I don't have everybody. So if you look down at the bottom of page 7, there's a chart there. The chart says amen, aha, and so what? So as you read the next few pages, I want you to specifically look for topics or statements or quotes in that literature that you would say, hey, that's an amen for me, meaning that closely aligns with my thinking. Like, I've been thinking that, and yes, that says it in a different way. Ahas would be things that, you know what, I haven't thought about it like that, and that's new learning for me. That would be an aha. And then so what would be, well, what implication does that have for me or my school or my classroom? Okay? So I want you to specifically be looking for amens, ahas, and so whats. I'm going to give you an opportunity to have that discussion at your table in a few minutes. But for the next 10 to 12 minutes at least, we're going to take some quiet time right here after lunch, quiet time after lunch, and allow you to read the next few pages that are called the 10 most common missteps. So that starts on page 8. All right, so we will just be silent so everybody has a chance to read those. So it sounds like several people are finishing up. As you finish, be sure to go back to that chart on page 7 and start filling in what were some of your ahas, amens, and so what's about the selection that you just read. Since I gather many of you have finished, go ahead and have a conversation at your table. What were some of your big amens or ahas or so what's? I'm going to get some feedback in the larger group here in just a moment. So if people who are logging in from our elementary groups, if you want to send some chats in of what your big amens, ahas, and so what's were, please do that, and we'll share that out in the big group as well here in just a few minutes. I'll give you guys about 3 or 4 minutes to debrief as a table team. Give you about 1 more minute in your groups.
Not yet. I'm sitting right.
Right, you're going to be back with me in 10. In 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right, so I want to hear from some of you. I'll open it wide up and let you answer any of those three things. Give me one thing that stood out to you as an aha, an amen, or a so what. You can pick any of the three. Just want some feedback. Why did you choose it, and what does it mean to you? Yeah. Okay, so she said, for those of you that are listening online, she said number 4 stood out to her, and I hope you guys don't think I'm on Snapgram book or whatever, but I've got your handouts pulled up right here so I can follow along with you. So she said number 4 stood out because that just doesn't make sense to pull kids out of reading for more reading instruction, right? Is that ever okay? Let me push on that just a little. Is it ever okay to do that? Is it possible to do that? I don't know. They do need Tier 1 instruction in what? The what? The essentials, right? The essentials. Now, so is it ever possible to pull a kid out of reading, right? Now, remember, I'm talking K through 12 because it's not just you guys in the room. We're talking elementary as well, right? Is it ever possible to pull a kid out of a core subject to get help in a core subject? There may be some cases where you could do it. You just have to make really sure that they're not missing other instruction in the essentials when we do it, right? Is it possible that there might be some things that are good to know items that we're going over this Thursday in math class? Good to know but not critical to know. Nice to know but not essential to know. If that's the case and that's the only time you can get them, then yeah, we can get them help in the essentials and pull them out of there. But the coordination that takes between the classroom teacher and whoever's doing the pullouts is like astronomical. It's very difficult to do. So, but I hesitate to say you could never do it because it can be done, right? And I know some elementary schools, especially up through intermediate, that do that quite well and quite often, right? As long as they're not missing that core instruction in the essentials, I think we're still good. But otherwise, no, we should avoid that at all costs. What other amens, ahas, so whats, any of those things? Yeah, so she said, amen, that you have to be proactive and not reactive. Okay, we've got to make some plans up front. What else? Yeah, absolutely. So she said she's a big fan of the analogies and that, the autopsy is not really helpful. The autopsy can be helpful, but who's the autopsy helpful for? The teacher, right? The doctor gets information from the autopsy. Who does the autopsy never help? The dead guy is still dead, right? So is it necessary to have, and we equate autopsies with summative assessments, okay? So is it necessary to have summative assessments? Absolutely, it's necessary to have that. That can inform our practice as teachers to tell us about our scope and sequence, to tell us, are we spending about the right amount of time on the things that we need to do? Do we need to reorganize some things, rearrange some things? Did we get to the place we needed to go at the right time? So it can definitely inform our practice, but a summative assessment doesn't help the kid, much like an autopsy doesn't help the patient. However, the checkup does, right? The checkup informs both. The checkup informs and helps the kid and also helps us during our teaching cycle. So we want to build in more common formative assessments along the way to be able to do that so we can respond in real time, all right? What else? Any other amens, ahas, or so whats? What about seeing it like, I think it's the last one, seeing it as a means to special ed? okay, or it being viewed as a special ed program. Anybody ever heard that or seen that or treated it in that way? Right? The first time that RTI was ever explained to me many years ago, that's how it was explained. This is a stepladder to get to special ed. You got to check these boxes before we can ever refer a kid. Or we were trying to get that kid extra help, and special ed was the only thing I knew how to do, so we're trying to refer the kid to special ed, and then somebody comes back to me and goes, well, what did you do at Tier 1? And I went, I don't even know what you're talking about. Like, what is this Tier 1 business you're trying to tell? You need to go back and make sure that you're implementing differentiated instructional strategies in the classroom. Can you show me where you've documented your differentiated instructional strategies? I know there's elementary people laughing right now at that. Yeah, so you got to check the boxes before we can ever get to special ed, and we're kind of going there in our learning right now. Can anybody, just show of hands, did any of those missteps resonate with you? Like, have you seen those things be put into play in your school or in your classroom at some point? Right? So we want to avoid those things as much as possible. Hopefully you can take that and implement it as we move forward. So with that being said, go to your next section there. You've got this slide in your handout. So RTI, the underlying premise is that we're not going to delay our help. We're not going to delay getting kids help until we see them failing. Look, my wife, bless her, right? She is an intervention teacher right now at the 5th and 6th grade level. The last 6 years she's been at the K through 4 level. Right now she's at 5th and 6th. Do you know what the number one struggle she had with the way that the campus implemented RTI that she struggled with so much? Was that it was almost like if we couldn't get to some kind of end line by the end of the school year, everything started back over on day one in the next year. Like all of a sudden this was a brand new kid and you couldn't get the kid the extra help that they needed because you needed to go back through all these other steps just to get them there. You ever been in that kind of situation where you got to prove to somebody all over again that kid might need some extra help? And that's not how RTI really is supposed to work. It's, hey, as soon as we know, do you use universal screeners? You give any universal screeners? Nope, I'm not seeing anybody nod their heads. So if you were to give a universal screener at the beginning of the year, you're screening to find out who's way far behind. And once we find those kids, we get them help immediately. We're going to talk about a student support team or a school intervention team here in a few minutes. One of the ideas behind that team is that we start planning for kids for help during the summer so that on day one, we're not waiting until the 3rd week or the 4th week, or the 2nd grading period to get the kid the help that they need, right? Okay. So this multi-tiered system of support addresses 4 different outcomes. The number one outcome is this. Every single kid gets access to on-grade level curriculum, all right? The on-grade level essentials, that's number one. Hey, next to that one or in your notes, next to that bullet or in your notes somewhere, I want you to put T1. All right, put T1. We got to wake up from our nap from lunch, okay? T1 next to bullet number 1. All kids have access to the on-grade level essentials. That means this. If we have any classes, and this is K through 12, okay, pre-K through 12, if we have any classes that track a kid below grade level, we need to do everything we can in the very near future to get rid of those. Okay, why? Well, you heard Becky talk about it before, because if we put a kid below grade level in their classroom, we could never expect for that kid to close the gap to get back to on grade level. So we've got to have every kid getting access to on grade level essential curriculum. Number 2, we admit this, at the end of every unit of study, some kids are going to need some additional support in order to learn the essentials. Next to that one, put a T2, tier 2, all right, next to that one. The third characteristic or the third essential outcome that is present in every great system of RTI is this, that there's some kids that are not only going to need access to that on-grade level support, and they're going to need additional support by the end of the instruction. There are some kids who need some help in some really basic fundamental skills. They are multiple grade levels behind. For those kids, they need really intensive support on those basic, what we call universal skills of learning. Basic writing, basic reading, basic comprehension, basic arithmetic, basic calculation, whatever that may be. All right? These are kids who are multiple grade levels behind in their learning. Anybody have kids who are multiple grade levels behind in their classes right now? Like you're looking at a kid and going, there's no way you can access the on-grade level learning because you're multiple grade levels behind in some of the prerequisite skills that you need, right? So next to that one, put a T3, okay? That's going to stand for Tier 3. Then the last bullet is equally as important. Some kids will require all three of these outcomes to learn at high levels. Meaning this, it's not an either or, and we're going to reinforce this in a few moments. But it's not that a kid is going to get core level Tier 1 instruction in the essentials, or they're going to get supplemental instruction at Tier 2 if they didn't learn, or they're going to get additional basic, universal skills instruction at Tier 3. Some kids are going to need everything. And doesn't that make sense? Like it should make sense that if somebody needs triage for a kid who's multiple grade levels behind, that kid needs as much support as we can possibly get them. So they don't go from one or the other. It is one and the other, right? They're getting as much support as we can possibly get them if they're those multiple grade levels behind. So you're going to watch a video now. You've got a little place in your handouts for this video where you can take a couple of notes. It's Mike Mattos. He is talking about tracking of kids or multiple levels of classes. And then he's also going to talk about everything being essential, okay? So he's going to talk about those two concepts. I really wanted you to hear the part about tracking of students, but right before that, he talks about everything being essential. So give your attention to Mike. Feel free to take a few notes. I'm going to ask you to debrief with your table team about what you just heard. So what does it mean to you and what resonated? Here we go.
Here's the myth. This is what I hear constantly. Mike, we can't do what you're saying. Why? Because everything's essential. Let's be candid. That's a cop-out. There's not a teacher in this room that doesn't prioritize the curriculum. If you tell me it's all essential, that means you give every standard the same amount of time in your teaching, and on every test, every question's worth the same number of points. Why? It's all equally important. No, it's not. If you can prioritize the curriculum in your class working alone, why can't we do some of it together? Or I hear this, we have to cover it all because it might be on a high-stakes test. Well, let's think about that for a second. Is covering it all the key to improving test scores? Because that's not what the research says. Do you want to know what the most high-achieving schools, districts, and nations in the world do right now? They teach less to mastery. You know, Singapore and Finland kind of lead the world in international standardized tests. We had a chance to present our work in Singapore. Their curriculum is about 1/10 of ours every year. Here's their mantra for curriculum in Singapore. Teach less, learn more. So we're covering 10 times more. So we're just killing them in standardized tests, right? If you're worried about test scores, stop trying to cover it all and make sure every kid gets the most important stuff. Or finally, I hear this. Well, the state says that we have to. You know, I've been blessed. I've co-authored 11 books now. I've done research on this. And I looked for a single case of a teacher, an administrator, a school, or a district getting any punishment for not covering all the material. And I haven't found a single case yet. Not one. Have you heard of it? So I'm like, you are going to be sanctioned. Why? You didn't cover all the curriculum. So to blame we have to do it anyway, no. We're using those as excuses. And why? I'll be honest. I liked when I could shut my door and pick what I wanted to teach. I liked it. But it's not what's best for kids. And we're not saying you got to agree on all the curriculum. You got to agree on the essential stuff. Here's the other myth I think is even more destructive. Is when you identify the essentials, then you deem some kids too low to do it. And they say, well, we'll identify essentials, but some kids are just too low. They can't do it. And what you're advocating for there is tracking. You're saying we got to group kids by ability. And what do we know about that? Jeannie Oakes from UCLA did a landmark study on tracking. And what she found is this. It is extremely detrimental to your most at-risk kids. And why? Because we track them below grade level. And they get less rigorous curriculum and less quality of instruction and very poor models around them of how to model the behaviors better, right? John Hattie's book, Visible Learning, did a meta-analysis on tracking. Here was the impact rate, 0.12. Let me give you a reference point. Hattie found that kids grow 0.1 by not even attending school. Not even attending school. So we have a practice that's literally equivalent to breathing. The breathing's going to catch kids up. But he goes, what's worst of all? The kids get hurt are the kids who are below grade level. They said it profoundly affects them, and it's almost always minorities, kids of poverty, and English language learners. They're the ones who pay the price. I hear this sometimes. But Mike, this is all nice, but there'll always be a bell-shaped curve. You know, law says that it's going to be always have a bell-shaped curve. You want every kid to make it? No. Benjamin Bloom, one of the giants in our profession, said this. You get a bell-shaped curve result when your actions are by chance, by random chance. What we do is not by random chance. What we're doing is purposeful. He says, you want to know the mark of a good school is when you don't have a bell-shaped curve. Because you're adjusting what you do for the needs of every child. When you have a bell-shaped curve, what you're saying is this. Your success in the school is happening by luck. If you're lucky enough to get the right teacher, who's lucky enough who does the right work, and you're lucky enough to be born to the right home, who will front load you for school, if all those lucky things happen in your life, you're the grand winner in school. But if you aren't lucky enough to win the parental and educational lottery, then luck's against you. No child should it be, I succeed in school by luck. We should guarantee it, right?
So, lot to unpack in that short video. Turn to the people around you. What's your first reactions? Okay, what stood out to you? What resonated with you in that video? Give you about one more minute. All right, you'll be back with me in 10. In 7, 5, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you guys. So you had a lot to say about the video, so I hope it generated some really good conversations. What's something that resonated with you? What'd you talk about? Takeaways from the video. Teach less, learn more. You ever heard that? Look, here's what's crazy. Like, that's so hard to actually do, is it not? We have such a hard time letting go of everything that's on this list that someone gave us. Okay? Somebody generated a list, whether for you and your curriculum, it's the state of Oklahoma, or whether it's national standards, or whatever it is. Somebody gave us this gigantic list, and for some of us, it's really hard to say, it's okay if I don't do every single thing that's on this list. That's really hard. Teach less, learn more. We would rather have depth than breadth, right? What else? What else resonated with you? What you're doing is purposeful. Yeah, so the bell-shaped curve, can you tell me why that resonated? Do you mind? Yeah. Yeah, so she said the kids on the ends may not be getting the support that they need. And that what we do is not by random chance. Not in this system. In a traditional school, it is by random chance. You want some evidence of that? My third year at a high school, I was a high school principal. This is my third year at a high school. We had worked, now they knew nothing about professional learning communities when we walked in the door. So when me and my team walked in the door, had no idea what that term was, had never it was like walking into the dark ages, okay? We started from the ground up, putting people in teams, learning what a PLC was. Let's reculture, talk about mission vision, right? All these things that you guys have done throughout the years. We got to year 3, and we really started digging into RTI. Now that we understand what essentials are, now that we got some CFAs, we recognize that we can diagnose students, and we have no medicine to give them. Okay, that's where we were. We've diagnosed the issue, and we have no medicine to give a kid. So we started digging into RTI, and we started looking at that, and then that started changing our views of what we thought about grading. Because what we found was that our grading system didn't support the culture we were trying to create with continued learning in RTI. We had an I got you system of grading, not a learning supported system of grading. Okay? So we started looking at this system of grading and how that benefits RTI and all this. Third year, I had a teacher set an appointment with me. Now this is a colleague that, well respected, someone I had conversations with almost daily, very smart individual, very good teacher, well respected in our school, all of those things, right? Set a meeting with me. I need to have a Friday conversation. Okay, I know what that means. I know what a Friday conversation is. That means that by the end of it, we're going to need 2 days to calm down before we see each other again on Monday. So that's what we did, set a meeting. Came into my office, all right? She came into my office and she said, I am very angry with what we're doing with RTI. I said, well, tell me what you mean. I need to understand what's going on, because all we're really trying to do is help kids, right? This whole high levels, all kids, we've been talking about that for 2.5 years now. Why are you upset about RTI? Are you trying to tell me that when we do this and when we change some of our grading policies, you guys can kind of hear the flippant nature of that, right? Are you trying to tell me, do you expect all of my kids to pass my class? Is that what you expect? For all of my kids to pass my class? Is that the ultimate goal and the ultimate expectation for this? Is that every kid is going to pass this class that I have? And I looked at it and I went, is that not your goal? Is your goal not for every kid to be successful? Can you imagine a doctor saying that? Do you want every patient to survive? I mean, I've got an expectation to live up to here. People see me as the difficult teacher. I'm the one with high standards. I'm the one who has kids who constantly fail my class. Do we recognize and understand how absurd that really sounds? I somehow see myself as a better educator because I have more kids than anyone else who does not do well in my class and is not successful. Do we see how that's a backwards way of thinking? But yet sometimes we hold on to our traditional practices so long because we've got to make the bell-shaped curve work. We've got to. There's got to be some kids that won't make it, just like there's some kids that are going to do well no matter what, right? At the top end of that curve. You know what I hear the number one reason for not changing a grading policy is? It's not for the kids that are not doing well. You know what the number one reason I hear for people not wanting to address a grading policy? Well, that's not fair to the kids who get it first. Really? Well, that's not fair. They should get a higher grade because they got it first. The idea is every kid gets there, right? Every kid gets to high levels. And it's not that you got there first or second or dead last. It's that every kid gets there, right? That really should be the real meaning behind No Child Left Behind, right? To it or through it. Yeah, big takeaways. Any other big takeaways? Some of you are like, no, I'm not saying anything now. No, I'm good. We're good. So, lots of good things. So, how do we visually represent all these ideas that we've been talking about? What does this picture look like? Here's the visual representation. Now, this was the traditional pyramid of interventions, okay? You're going to hear me talk a lot from now on about a pyramid of interventions. You haven't heard that throughout the day. You've heard me talk about RTI, multi-tiered systems of support. This is how we organize those multi-tiered systems. This is the traditional pyramid that many of you have seen through the years. Raise your hand if you have seen a pyramid that looks like this. Anybody? It sits upright. It has 3 tiers. Tier 1's at the bottom. That's our core program. Tier 2 is some supplemental interventions. Tier 3 is intensive interventions or remediation. Now, for those of you who lived through the early days of RTI, what did people typically put out next to the side of these areas of the pyramid? Anybody want to take a shot at that one? What was typically associated with each level of the pyramid? Anybody know? Yeah, where they took place and what else? The percentage of kids you should have in each one. Remember that? Yeah, like you should, like tier 1, these are the numbers you might have seen. Tier 1, 80 to 85%. Tier 2, 5 to 10%. Tier 3, 0 to 5%. And if you get outside of those numbers, you're not within the system that we're trying to create, right? You got to have a certain percentage of kids. Let me tell you something. Those percentages are incorrect and have been incorrect for years. So if we're still trying to track through our system using those numbers, we're in bad shape right now, right? Let's throw those numbers out. You guys see what's at the top of that traditional pyramid? Special ed, right? So what we did was, in the PLC world, was we literally turned the pyramid upside down, okay? Put tier 2 at the top, tier 1 at the top, tier 2 in the middle, tier 3 at the bottom. So instead of a step ladder going to special ed, it instead is a funnel getting down to each kid, being more specific, more targeted, more directed for what each individual kid might need from one tier to the next. The other thing is this. When we talk about tier 1, now this goes back a few slides that we just talked about, how many kids get access to tier 1? Yeah, every kid, remember? You guys put a T1 next to that bullet on the slide about 3 slides ago. T1, every kid gets access. So here's what's great. Sometimes I will have a parent, I don't know if you guys have ever seen this, but sometimes a parent will call up. Now remember, we're talking pre-K up through 12th grade, but sometimes a parent will call up and they will go, I've heard that my kid is getting additional help in this RTI system that you guys have, this MTSS, and I do not want my kid getting extra help in this system that you guys have. My kid does not need extra help. My kid does not need to be a part of that. I do not want my kid to be associated with that. What are they really telling us? What is their view of getting extra help? What does it go back to? Yeah, they're going back to this. Because our traditional view of RTI is that it's a stepladder to get a kid to special ed. And when people start hearing that my kid's getting extra help in a content, they go, holy crap, if my kid stays in this, they're going to be in special ed. Do they think my kid needs special ed? Hey, maybe, right? That's yet to be seen. But really the point is, and this is something we've got to educate ourselves, our kids, and our community and parents, is that we do not use RTI as a means to get to special education, period. The other thing is this: when a parent calls me and says, hey, I don't want my kid in this RTI system, here's what I love telling them. Sir or ma'am, every kid is in RTI. And they go, well, what do you mean? My tier 1, every single kid exists in tier 1. Every single kid is getting access to the core instruction. Your kid's been receiving RTI for the first 3 months of school, and you had no idea. This is just another part of it, and we're going to get them extra help, right? We got to be armed with that kind of information when it comes to how this system works for our kids. So spelling it out a little better, and you guys have access to this slide as well. It's in your handouts, okay? Tier 1, every kid has access. Tier 2 is still supplemental. And Tier 2, by the way, let me make sure everybody understands this. Tier 2 is on grade level curriculum. So when we're getting supplemental instruction in Tier 2, so whether that's the encore time or the, what is it, struggling? I'm like stepping and stretch. I don't even know. I can't remember that. So struggle and stretch, whatever it is that you have that's supplemental instruction, that's on grade level. That's not the time. That's on grade level essentials that they need help with. That's not necessarily Tier 3 where they're getting multiple grade levels behind, okay? Tier 3 is that intensive support in those prior skills. Now, to reinforce what we talked about earlier, what could a kid get? We call it this. This is how I remember it. A kid's going to get the core. Some kids are going to need more. And some kids will need even more. So it's core plus more, right? It's not one or the other. It's, well, you ever heard this? You didn't say this, but somebody next to you did. Don't look at them. Ready? You ever heard somebody refer to a kid as a Tier 2 kid? You ever heard somebody refer to a kid as a Tier 2 kid in elementary? Okay, well, that's a Tier 3 kid. Or they'll even go, you get your rosters at the beginning of the year. You start looking at your roster. How many Tier 2 kids you got on your roster this year? I got 47. I don't know what I did last year, but people don't like me or something. Look, that's just as bad as saying, that's the same thing as saying, hey, how many poor kids do you have on your roster? Right? How many English language learners do you have in your classes? Huh? How many white kids do you have? How many black kids do you have? How many? It's the same thing. Kids aren't labeled by the level of support that they might need. And guess what? That level of support changes throughout the year. It could change. So let's stay away from that kind of vocabulary, core plus more plus more. So to make these things work, right, to make this work, we've got to believe in some fundamental assumptions about kids and about teachers. We're going to the teachers here in a moment. Here's some fundamental assumptions about our kids. Not every kid learns in the same way. Can we agree to that? Raise your hand if we can agree to that. Not every kid's going to learn in the same way. Guess what? As much as I know about differentiation, I have my own style of teaching. Do you have your own style of teaching that's most comfortable for you? And it's probably not like anybody else sitting at your table. That's what makes you unique. When Marzano wrote about it, he wrote about the art and science of teaching. The art is what makes you unique in the classroom. Just like every kid learns in a different way, every teacher teaches in a different way. And while we can learn some strategies to get to other kids, we're always going to be, we're going to have an affinity for our style of teaching, which means that there's some kids we can't reach. Every kid learns in a different way. Number 2, not all kids learn at the same speed as one another. Number 3, some kids lack prior knowledge and skills. How many of you have ever looked at a kid and thought that? Like if you just had the prerequisite skills you needed, you'd be able to do this, but you don't right now. Number 4, some kids lack academic behaviors. Have you ever looked at a kid and said, you don't know how, I just need you to listen. You ever look? My third child, y'all. I shared with you a little bit about my family last time, so I'm not going deeply into that. My oldest is a teacher pleaser, overachiever, not gifted, but overachiever, okay? My second child, she is the creative one, but doesn't like paying attention in school is not a real big deal. My third child lacks academic behaviors. The Board of Education means something different to that child, okay? Like, I just need you, some of y'all are not with me. You need to get some of these jokes. These are good jokes I'm laying down today. So But that child doesn't know the academic behaviors. That kid has 2 educators in their house. An uncle that is an educator, a grandmother who's a retired educator, surrounded by people who are in education and still doesn't know academic behaviors. In the 4th grade, and I look at that child and I go, can you please just sit still for the next 10 minutes? Because if you act this way with your teacher, I swear to you, I will show up at that school and they will understand what I mean when I say the Board of Education. But she lacks the academic behaviors. It's not because she's not smart. It's not because she's incapable. It's not because she's a slow learner or a low learner. We ever label kids like that? That's a high flyer. How many low kids do you have? She's not a low kid. Look, you really want to talk about labels? There's really only 2 labels we need to be labeling kids as. You ready? Here they are. They've learned it or they haven't learned it yet. That's the only 2 labels that matter, right? Who cares about all the other stuff? They already learned it. They haven't learned it yet. She's a kid that lacks those academic behaviors. She doesn't know how to listen. She doesn't know how to sit still. She doesn't know how to take a note. She doesn't know how to take information from a big group of information and pull out what's important. You got any kids like that? So if we have kids who struggle with academic behaviors, doesn't it make sense that in our system that we're going to build, we should build something into the system that helps kids learn academic behaviors? That's going to be something we'll put in our system, right? So some of you who are rolling through this right now, you're like, oh, that's something that might help, right? I'm not expecting classroom teachers to do that, by the way. And then last, this is the last assumption about kids. Some kids have a life outside of our school that is counterproductive to their success in school. Do you have any students like that? We take 3 steps forward in the school day and they take 5 steps back when they go home on the weekend. Anybody have kids like that? So how do we overcome those things? Now, I shared this story with you guys last year, and I actually did not have it in there. I was not going to include it today, but someone actually requested this because it fits. And for those of you who weren't here last year, well, hopefully this is helpful to you, okay? But for those of you who were, look, it was requested, so it's in, right? So we believed at the school that I was at, I was a second-year principal, all right, at this 5th and 6th grade campus. And we had talked about high levels of learning for all kids, reculturing, doing a PLC, all this kind of stuff. And then this kid showed up on our campus. You guys remember this kiddo? Okay. It's Jabin Procell. He showed up on our campus, and this is his story. His dad had been incarcerated since he was 2 years old, did not remember his dad. Not only that, he's a kid from poverty. There was multiple siblings at home. His mom worked multiple jobs to make ends meet, but they still couldn't pay for their lunch every day. He was definitely a kid from poverty. He was also an English language learner, meaning he didn't speak English at home. All right, no one at home did. So the only time he spoke English was when he came to the school. He had ED and ODD, meaning this. He had a student with an emotional disturbance and oppositional defiant disorder. So if you're not familiar with what those are, it basically means that sometimes he would lash out for no reason at all, and other times it was because someone in authority was asking him to do something he didn't want to do. And last but not least, he also had a learning disability in reading. And last but not least, he had been in DAEP for assault the whole year before he got to us. Okay, now you ask, well, how did he get in DAEP? Well, he assaulted a teacher with a desk, one of those combo desks that had the table attached to the chair and all this. He hit the teacher with it. Well, come to find out, this was the reason why. If you guys remember the story, Jabin, in his first year of 3rd grade, didn't pass his state exams at the end of the year, so what did they do? Well-meaning people retained him at the end of his 3rd grade year and said, well, maybe we can catch him up the next year. He had all of these issues going on. So the next year he hit a growth spurt. He became a lot bigger than all the other kids that were in their first year of 3rd grade. Huge growth spurt. He became a bully because now he's not with any of his friends. He doesn't know anybody. He's got all these other kind of issues. Very frustrated with the curriculum because he already knew a lot of it. But now he's having to go back through everything, right, just because he didn't pass his state test. So he got frustrated one day, hit the teacher with a desk. Now, I'm not excusing his behavior by any means, but that was the situation he was in. So he spent the majority of his 2nd, 3rd grade year in DAEP, away from his regular teachers, in a little, I almost called it a cell. It's not a cell, but in a little cubicle by himself for the majority of the year. So we got him in the 5th grade because at the end of his 2nd, 3rd grade year, that IEP committee made the decision that, well, he's so much bigger than all of his other peers and he doesn't know how to act around these kids. We need to double promote him past the 4th grade and into the 5th grade. So when we got him on our campus, he had not seen 1 minute of 4th grade instruction. And this was the kid that made us rethink, well, what do we mean and what do we say when it comes to all kids and high levels of learning? Because the systems we had in place didn't support this kind of kid. The systems we had in place were good for some kids. Do you guys, now I'm not saying you have kids that meet all of these criteria, but do you have kids that struggle with a lot of different issues? Like you're like, hey, if they only struggled in reading or only struggled in math, we could, encore time, for instance, fantastic for that, right? If they only had one subject, one issue, one problem, that'd be awesome. But so often when you start peeling back layers of that kid, you find these kinds of issues, right? And if we're talking about if we're talking about a multi-system, multi-leveled system of support, what we mean is at each of those levels, we're going to be able to help this kid in a different way. So when we peel back these layers, we're going to be able to help each of these issues. We're about to take a break. You guys hang with me. I think your eyes are getting watery, all right? Let's get through this teacher part, and then I'm going to let you guys take a break, okay? Fundamental assumptions about teachers. All educators start each day with great intentions to help every single kid, right? I don't know of very many educators. I know a few, but not very many. I can count them on one hand, and I've been across the country, that I would truly say this person is not showing up every day trying to do their best. Like, they're detrimental to kids. I can count them on one hand. Stop looking at people around you. Like, I see some of y'all, you're like, some of you got real still. I'm saying that, and you went, oh, God, don't look. Just sit very still and listen. Most people I know do that. But what we also have to agree to is not every teacher, no one teacher has all the skills, resources, time, effort, energy needed to meet the needs of every kid, right? That's not what the world's going to tell us. The world's going to tell us we got to be a super teacher, right? The world's going to tell us if we're not a super teacher and we can't meet the needs of every kid on our roster, then we're not doing our job. You want some other evidence of that? How many of you guys, I showed this last year, I think. How many of you have seen this? Anybody ever seen Stand and Deliver? Ever seen that movie? Like 3 of you? You guys need to, you need to Hulu some more stuff. Go rent these things. Yeah, if it wasn't for that one teacher over there, that cool cat on the left, none of those kids would have been successful. Well, what about this one? Mr. Holland's Opus. Hey, how many of you have ever been to a graduation ceremony? Do you guys go every year? High school, do you go? How many times do you ever see all of the graduates surrounding one of you? Oh, thank you so much for everything you did for me while we were here. Nobody does that. Those kids don't want to be around you anymore when we get there. But yet, look what they try to tell you, right? If it wasn't for that one. Well, what about this one? Lean on me, Morgan Freeman. If we didn't have that one principal with a bat, those kids wouldn't have acted right. I did have a bat hanging in my office, by the way. Or my personal favorite. Can you guys see that one? Dead Poet Society. Oh, Captain, my Captain, right? If you know what the cover of that movie looks like, it's actually the kids, like, they're holding Robin Williams over their head and walking him down a dirt road, okay? Like, that stuff doesn't happen. That's fiction, right? We've also got to agree to this if we're going to agree on these fundamental assumptions. We got to agree to this, that learning is so important it can't be left up to luck, chance, or hope. So we've got to be purposeful about it. We've got to be a team when we implement this system. All right. You guys have done awesome working up to right now. We're going to take a 15-minute break, but at 5 minutes till, we're going to be back here ready to rock and roll, okay? We've got some more learning. We're going to finish up strong this afternoon, okay? 55, we'll be back. All right, guys, it's 1:55, so we're going to get rolling. And as you find your seats, I want you to find your brain buddy. You're going to be with your brain buddy again for the next several minutes. So as you come back in, go find your brain buddy and have a seat with them. Go ahead and take your handouts with you. So if that's your computer, take your computer with you. If that's your phone, take your phone with you, but we need you to be with your brain buddy. No, you will not be with your brain buddy for the rest of the day, but you will need your handouts for the next couple of things we do together. All right, so you should be with your brain buddies by now. If you're not, find that person, get with them. Give you about 30 seconds before you're back with me. All right, and you're back with me in 10, 7, 5, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so hopefully you're with your brain buddy because you're going to need them for the next couple of conversations that we're going to have. So if you remember from the end of Becky's video, she started to talk about a syllogism that she was going to kind of go into. I cut the video off there because I feel like it really fits better in the conversation right here. For the next few minutes, I want you to consider what we're currently doing to get kids additional time and support. So if we believe that all kids can learn at those high levels, and we understand that learning at those levels requires a different amount of time and support, then we have to agree that some kids are going to need a varying degree of that time and support. So I want you to really consider, what are we currently doing to get kids additional time or get access to other people or have access to other materials or other spaces? So I want you to think about those things. How can we reallocate what we currently have? Even if, like high school, I've heard several things today about your encore time. That's awesome. That's a step in the right direction. How can we make that time even better? Or are there some things that maybe that time is not addressing, right? Maybe there's some things that we haven't addressed yet in that time. What could we do in addition to that to get kids even more time and support? For middle school, I've got myself all confused on what yours is now. It's like squat and what? I don't know what. Stretch and struggle. What is it? Struggle and stretch. I'm going to need to write it on my hand so I'll have it. So you've got that time available. What are some things right now that you could think of that we could probably tweak this or change that, and we might be able to make that better? All right. So I want you to think about those things, whether it is a resource of some kind or time of some kind. Same thing at elementaries. I don't know what you guys have available because I haven't been able to have those conversations. But whatever you're currently offering for your kiddos, how could you make that even better? Now, I've given you on the next several pages in your handouts, I believe it starts on page 14. Maybe somebody nod with me if it's on page 14. So on page 14, 15, and 16, you'll see 3 different schedules, okay, of how people addressed getting kids additional time and support. I'm not saying any of these schedules look like you, but here's what I want you to do. High school people, everybody listening? High school. Just because that first schedule has elementary examples across the top, don't just dismiss it as no relevant information. Take a look at what they did with that schedule and see if there's anything that you could do to apply what they did, right? The next one has some similar attributes as far as how do they get interventionists to kids, so take a look at that. The third one is a high school specific, but again, elementary people, don't dismiss the last one because that could have something in there that might be relevant to you. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you the next 5 to 6 minutes with your brain buddy. You can scan through those schedules. You can have some conversation. All I want you to do is come up with what's one way that we could improve how we're currently getting kids additional time and support for their learning, okay? That's it. Come up with one way that you think, how can we do this in a better way or get kids additional time and support above and beyond, okay? If you need help or you have a question, just raise your hand, holler at me, and I'll be glad to come and help, okay? So 5 or 6 minutes, just have that conversation with your brain buddy. Give you guys about another minute to wrap up that conversation. 1 minute. All right. So I'm just going to draw your attention next to the next slide. And I've given you guys this one as well. You have it in your handout, so no need to copy down what's on the board. But I just want to draw your attention to that I've given you some other places to find other sample schedules, all right? Other ways that people have addressed this issue of how do we get kids additional time and support. There's a lot of different ways out there and a lot of creative ways that people have addressed this, both at the secondary level and elementary level. You can see I've given you a couple books down there at the bottom. The one on the right is the secondary book. It has the purple lettering. The one on the left is the elementary book. It has the green lettering, but they're named the same. I don't know why we did that, but we did, so there you go, okay? But a couple of places you could go find some more resources. Anybody want to share maybe one or two ideas that you had of maybe something to improve or a different way to allocate resources, anything like that? What's a thought? You guys talked a whole lot to not have a thought. I don't know. Yeah, go for it. I'll repeat here in a minute. So. Yeah. She said, we feel like we're doing well or better with bringing in kids for remediation and patching those gaps, but we feel like we've got some ways to go or some area to grow in helping the kids go through it, right? Now I'm paraphrasing in my own words, right? Which is a similar conversation they were actually having in the back there as well, of just saying, hey, how are we really using this time for extension, right? Because it is both. It's not just intervention. It can also be extension for kids. It can help us answer that fourth critical question. What are we going to do for the kids who already get it, right? Or who learned it early? Anybody else? Take a stab at something? One way to improve? So you talked about a lot of things because I gave you 6 or 7 good minutes there, and I don't know of one group that stopped their discussion. So here's what I would encourage you to do. Take whatever you discussed, take it back to your school and open that conversation back up. And say, look, here's some things that we've already, as we're looking through it through this lens, here's some ways that we might be able to improve the processes and the practices that we already have, all right? Now, with that being said, something else we have to know is not only when we intervene with kids do we have to allocate our resources in the best possible way, but we also have to know what kind of instructional strategies work the best. All right, what strategies did we use in the classroom that worked well and what strategies did not? So think through this with me. If we found a strategy that worked really, really well in the classroom, doesn't it make sense that we could employ that strategy for kids who didn't get it the first time? Right? If that's the very best strategy we have right now, and we've got some kids who didn't learn it, shouldn't we employ that strategy for the kids who haven't learned it yet, if that's the very best one we have available? Shouldn't we also then know or be able to have the conversation about strategies we should no longer use? Can we identify some strategies we should quit doing? Now, how many of you can testify that's harder than the other? It's harder to let go of the things that you've done for a long time than it is to identify new things that might be better, okay? So it's going to take some time to do that. We're going to, in the next few minutes, here's what I want you to do. Now, some of you have already done this, like inherently. I'm not sure how it happened, but you did. You've already assembled yourself with groups larger than just your 2, which is okay, because we're going to do that for this next activity. If you're only in a pair right now, I want you to look around the room and find at least one more pair of people, okay? Find another pair of people that you're going to team with. But here's your activity. Don't move until I show you the whole activity. On the next couple of pages, I've given you some data. All right, I've given you some numbers. Now, you need to know this. The colored portion and the portion that is not colored, which looks like this, they are identical sheets. All right, they're identical data, identical sets of information. Just whichever one you like to look at better, use that one, okay? But it's identical. I'm going to look at this one for right now, okay? And again, we're doing a pre-K through 12 training, so I couldn't give you a data set for each grade level that we have in the room. So, secondary people, I'm telling you because I would have been hung up on this 20 years ago, listen to this, okay? Just because it says it's a third grade writing standard, don't dismiss this. We're still going to learn something from it using a data protocol, okay? So I want to teach you how to read this chart first. So if you look up at the top there on the left-hand side, it says student A, student B, student C, so on and so forth, all the way down to students BB. So some of these classes have 28 kids in them, all right? Then if you look over to the right, you'll see class 1, class 2, class 3, class 4. I want you to imagine and assume that each of those classes is a different teacher, okay? So each of those classes is a different teacher. So Miss Smith, Miss Jones, Miss whoever, okay? 4 different teachers. So if you're looking down the class, you can see that the first student in class number 1 scored a 1. Now what you need to know about score number 1 is this. 1 is below proficient. 2 is below proficient. 3 is proficient. 4 is above proficient, okay? So 3 is right at proficient, 4 is above, 1 and 2 are below. So what you'll see for number 1 there is in class number 1, student A scored a 1, below proficient. Student A in class number 2 scored a 3. Student A in class number 3 scored a 4. So those are 4 different kids across the screen there. Does that make sense? Okay. So go to the next page in your handouts. Okay, and we're going to conduct a data team meeting. You should have a document on page, on page 19 that says protocol for data team meeting, all right? And it has 7 steps there. Now, I want you guys in a team of 4 or more, some of you are in a little bit bigger than that, okay? But in a team of 4, I want you guys to conduct a data team meeting based on that sample set of data I gave you on the page prior to that. But here are the instructions. You're going to work through that protocol. You're going to skip step 5. And then if you get through all of the questions, here's an extension question I want you to answer for yourselves. Why should we approach step 3 with great caution? Okay, so I want you to look back at step 3 and think, well, why should we be really careful when answering that one? Now, obviously, you're not going to know what some of the strategies are. So when you get to questions that say, well, what strategy should we implement for this? What strategy should we not? You can't answer that, so just skip that part of the question. Here's the other thing. When it asks you questions about how would you group kids, or how would you group teachers, or how would you address this, I want you to imagine you have unilateral control to do whatever you want to do. Okay? There are no boundaries for how you group, how you sort, how you do any of that. Okay, so don't think about your current system. Think about this is the data. How do we get kids the help that they need in the best way possible? Okay? Questions? If you have questions, call me over. I'm going to give you at least 10 minutes to talk through this. Pair up with another team if you're in just it's just you and your partner, and then have this discussion of a data team meeting. All right, you guys have your answers? Who needs more time? Raise your hand if you need more time. Couple of teams? Give you about another minute. Another minute. Couple of teams who need time. One more minute. Then we're going to go through these together. All right, so let's debrief together. Here we go. Step 1. How many kids were below proficiency? What number did you get? 18 below proficiency. How many were at proficiency? 66. Some of you found the numbers at the bottom, right? After you individually counted them, right? Okay. How many were above proficiency? 24, okay? Then it says, use this information to decide how to regroup students for a response. Did anybody tackle that one right there? Okay, so somebody give me a strategy that you came up with. How might you regroup kids based on that? They took the 18 that were below proficient and put them with teacher number 2. Okay, why'd you put her with put them with teacher number 2? Okay, so she had the highest success rate, so her strategies must have been this. Okay, yeah, I'm going with you. I'm coming. I see you. Okay. Okay. Right. Maybe. Oh. Ah. So now we're getting into some assumptions about, like, well, I don't know where those teachers started and where the kids ended and things like that, right? How many, you don't have to raise your hands, right? Don't raise your hands. Ready? But I just want you to think about it. How many people looked at those 3 different classes and thought, well, those 2 teachers must have had the advanced kids. That teacher had, I said, don't raise your hands. Don't point at people. Or elementary people. How many of you looked at one of those classes and said, oh, well, they got all the teacher kids in that class, and they didn't, right? That's the teacher with all the teacher kids in the class. And how many of you might have looked at one of the others and thought, that must be an inclusion class? Anybody? Or they must have the pre-AP version. Or they must have the whatever, right? Now look, see, some of y'all are already, you're calling yourselves out. Yeah, we did that. That was us. I said, don't raise your hand. You don't have to do that. Look, here's the thing, okay? And I can show you data on top of data on top of data of this, all right? Look, our special needs students and our inclusion students can and do and will outperform other kids on a regular basis. Okay? So don't just go in assuming that. That is a crutch that we like to use to say, well, these are advanced kids and these are not advanced kids. We got to get out of that, okay? And we got to start looking at what do we have? Like, what do we just have available, right? And you're right. There could be some kids who have made leaps and bounds worth of growth. Okay, there may have been. That was just one strategy that they wanted to employ. That doesn't mean that you got to employ that same strategy, okay? What's another? I saw some people here in the middle going, yeah, we regroup kids. Did you guys do it in a different way? Yeah, so try to get them with a different, it's called struggles and stretches. Somebody gave me a cheat sheet because apparently I need it. So that's my accommodation for the day. Yeah, so finding out what teachers they might need, that they might have an affinity for being able to help. Can you guys write this down? Take a note somewhere for this, okay? When we're looking at data, this is super important. We celebrate practices, not people. Did you hear that? When we're looking at data and information, we celebrate practices, not people. So when I look at this data, are there teachers, like one of your other questions here is, my phone went away. Here we go. Number 2, did any teacher have significantly better results than the others? If so, consider using the instructional strategy this teacher used in the planned intervention. Did you see any teachers at surface level that looked like they had better results than others? Okay, but then the second statement, which 2? Like 2 and 4, right? 2 and 3? Yeah, 2 and 3, okay? It's hard to see all that on this little phone, right? So 2 and 3 on the surface had better results than the others. Now, did the next statement on your protocol say, go celebrate those teachers because they're awesome? No. It said find that strategy, right? What did they do that caused the better results? Let's celebrate that thing. And let me go one step further, right? When we're looking at this, whatever strategies teacher 1 and teacher 4 used, those people and that information are just as important as the information we get from numbers 2 and 3. Why? Hey guys, tell me what you used, because we don't want to do that moving forward. And it's not because you're a bad teacher. It's because you happen to use a strategy that just didn't work for this. That's okay, you know? Yeah. Right. And I didn't give you that. I didn't give you the rubric, okay? But there is, yeah. For each student, what did they do on each one, right? I've had lots of people say that, yes. Yes, so you could go even deeper into this, right? But we're not trying to make it more difficult than it has to be. But yes, for writing especially, I need to just change this to like linear equations or something, right? So I need a different example. All right. Say it again. I'm sorry. Oh, strategy. Yes. Hey, yes. And I've had people say that before. Yeah. So we are going to put teacher number 3 with the kids who struggled the most. Why do we want to do that? We want to get our very best strategies with our kids who need it the most. Think about it in doctor terms. If I'm going in to have heart surgery, do I want the person who's not using the latest and greatest technology and strategies to help me, or do I want the person who's got the latest and greatest that's going to help me? Yeah, that's who we need, right? And then what are we going to do? We can bring teacher 4 in and go, look, here's how we actually implement the strategy so that we can do that next time. Awesome. All right, step number 3. Let's skip that one for now. Let's go down to step 6. Okay, determine which teachers will provide intervention and which students. You guys have talked about that a little. Did anybody talk about what teachers might provide enrichment or extension? Anybody talk about that? Maybe a group, yeah. What'd you say? I'm sorry, I just couldn't hear you. 1 and 4 are going to provide extension? Okay, yeah, perfect. Okay, you said in 2 as well? 1 and 2, so you're pairing the two up for both, right? You're splitting them up and pairing them up for both. Yeah, great. Look, here's the idea. When we approach, you hear me? When we approach our encore time or our struggles and stretches time or whatever we're doing at the elementary, these are the kinds of conversations we have to have when we start allocating resources and people and time, right? It's not just about looking at the data and finding the kids that did well and didn't do well. It's finding the strategies that worked and didn't work. If you don't have a data protocol, I would encourage you to pick one of these up. I've given you one right there on page 19 and a different one on page 20 that gets you to some of the same questions. But let's end this conversation with this. Why should we approach step number 3 with great caution? Anybody answer that question? Yeah, not only group kids, but what else does it cost? Step number 3 says, look at the kids who didn't meet proficiency. Create a hypothesis about why. It's a hypothesis, not looking at data. What did you say? I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah, it could be tricky. You ever do, nobody does this in class. I'm not saying I did it. I heard it from a partner teacher. They look at people and go, oh, you must have had Miss Smith last year. Okay, you know. What else? Why should we be really careful with that third question, that third step? Here's the thing. When we start making hypotheses like that, we can start getting into excuses that we can't control, okay? We can start getting into excuses of, well, if the parents had just prepared the kid better, or if the kid gave more effort, or if, right? But if you see there, some of the hypotheses here are about, is there a deficit in prerequisites? Or is this kid a creative thinker and we're learning an abstract concept? A concrete thinker, excuse me. Do students need additional vocabulary, right? So these are all things that we can control. I want to caution you in focusing on things that we can't control with kids if you're answering that third question, okay? All right. So you guys did awesome with that. Just stay right where you are because transitioning back is going to take time that we don't have. All right? I want to fast forward you guys to this area of your handouts. The 3 teams, 3 critical teams, that's going to be on page 22. Okay, 22. So we've spent quite a bit of time talking about collaborative teams. And then we've also spent some time talking about a leadership team and what kind of role might a leadership team play in this PLC concept. I wanted to introduce you to a third type of team. You don't have a slide that looks like that, okay? But page 22 has a green top on it, okay? These are the 3 types of teams I'm talking to you about, all right? Go ahead. Is it not 22? I think it is. Oh, it's page number 22. I'm sorry. Yeah, if you're looking on what the computer says, no. Look down at the bottom of the print, right? Okay. So we've talked about teacher teams. We've talked about a school leadership team even last year. I just want to introduce you to a third type of team that might be really helpful with the RTI process. This is called a school-wide intervention team. And all of this was taken from that book, Taking Action. So we're not going to spend a ton of time going through all of the steps that they might help with, but I just want to draw your attention to it so that you know there's another type team that you could build in the future, and it might be something that Rich works with you on next semester, where you guys start building in that team to support this specific RTI process. I don't want that to be a total surprise to you, okay? On the next page there's a reflection activity, and it tells you kind of some of the people who might be on that school-wide intervention team. But again, we're not going to go through that right now because I think it's more important to spend the rest of our time on page 24. So if you will go to page 24 in your handouts, we're going to get a quick overview of this pyramid of interventions, all right? quick overview. So you guys have this. Give me a thumbs up if you're with me on page 24. Awesome. All right, so this pyramid of interventions, this is the inverted pyramid. Can you guys see tier 1, tier 2, tier 3? We've spent a lot of time talking about those things. First thing I want to draw your attention to is over here on the left-hand side of the pyramid. Work for me, baby, work. Here we go. There we go. Okay. Over here on the left-hand side of the pyramid, you're going to see some boxes. It says universal screening, certain access to tier 2, then down here, certain access to tier 3. So I want you to look closely at those. Here's the idea, and this is one of the things that the school-wide intervention team can help you with. When it says certain access, we want to start to define what gets a kid from tier 1 to tier 2, and tier 2 to tier 3, and then what gets them back, right? What gets a kid out of tier 3? What gets a kid out of tier 2? Okay? Now, why do we want to do that, and why do we want to start determining those things? Well, if we all have different definitions of what gets a kid into encore time or what gets a kid into struggles and bubbles and whatever else, right? Well, I don't have my cheat sheet with me. I left it on the table. So, right? Struggles and stretches, right? If we haven't determined what gets a kid in and out of those things, then people will start sending them for different reasons. And again, we're creating inequity. We've created a system that will do that, okay? So we want to start defining what gets a kid in and out of those things. The next area I want to draw your attention to is over here on the right-hand side of your pyramid, that green part. You guys tell me, just looking at that chart, who is responsible for the green area of this pyramid? Teacher teams. So when we say collaborative teacher teams, you guys are in charge of that part of the pyramid. Now on the right-hand side at the very top, right here, come on, do it. There we go. Up at the top in the right-hand side, what tier is that up at the top on the right? Tier 1. And what is tier 1 all about? Every kid, and what do we do at tier 1? Core instruction for the what? Essentials, right? Essentials, core instruction, top right-hand side. So what do I expect of my teacher teams at that area? Well, I expect them to know what the essentials are, to unpack those into learning targets. I would expect that they have devised lessons with one another to ensure every kid has access. I want to make sure that we've had the time to collaborate about those things. So those are the kinds of things that I want my tier 1 core instruction teacher teams to be working on. Now, before we drop down to tier 2, let's go over to the left-hand side of that pyramid in the same area, okay? What tier is that? Top left-hand side. Still tier 1, but on the left-hand side, it's in a red portion. You guys tell me, who's responsible for the red portion of this pyramid? School-wide teams. Who's a school-wide team? That's the leadership team. That's the admin team. That is, if and when you create a school intervention team. That's those people, okay? So who's responsible for that side of the pyramid at tier 1? Administrators, leadership team, those kinds of people, right? Well, what do we do at tier 1 if this is essential standards and that kind of activity? What kinds of things might we see on that side of the pyramid? Well, number 1, they've got to have a schedule that supports collaborative team time. So if they don't have that built into the school day, that's something they got to do. Number 2, they've got to make sure that we're not tracking kids below grade level. So we've got to have a schedule that supports that. Number 3, we've got to make sure we've got every kid access to the on-grade level essentials. If we don't have access to that, we've got to change that. If we've got kids being pulled out for different things and missing essentials, that's where those kinds of things will go into place. If we've got kids who are missing essentials because they're not on campus, we've got attendance issues. That's where attendance interventions are going to go, okay? Do you see how all of those things play into every kid gets help in the core essentials at tier 1? You see how that works? That's what our school-wide team would be doing. Those are administrators, leadership team, and so on. So let's drop down to the next one then, all right? Over here. Now I'm in the middle of the pyramid on the right-hand side. See, we've been painting the fence and waxing on, waxing off all day, and you guys already know the answers for this. Middle of the pyramid is what tier? Tier 2. Tier 2 means we do what? What do we do at Tier 2? It's supplemental instruction. It's in addition to the core instruction, and it's for kids who are struggling with the essentials. More so than even in the core class, right? And by core class, I don't mean math, science, history, and ELA. I mean all of the classes, all right? It's kids who need additional help in that. Now, who provides that help on this right-hand side of the pyramid? The teacher teams. It's in the green part. The teacher teams do. So how do we answer that? Well, these are kids who have a skill issue, all right? So we do that through things like your encore time, or like your struggles and stretches time, or whatever you guys are doing at elementary. It's got to be in addition to the core classroom instruction, and the teacher teams provide it. It's on grade level. You guys remember that? Those are kids who have a skill issue. Now, here's the part of the pyramid that gets the most reaction, okay? Let's go to the middle on the left-hand side. What tier are we still in the middle part of the pyramid? Tier 2. Tier 2 is still dealing with supplemental interventions in addition to the core classroom. Who is responsible for the left-hand side of the pyramid? School-wide teams, administrators, leadership team. When you guys develop it, or you may already have one, a school intervention team is responsible for that side. What kinds of things go on the left-hand side that help out with what's happening in the classroom? You guys can read it on yours, but it says additional time and support to learn essential academic standards, and what other kind of standard? Behavior standards. Remember how we said we've got some kids that don't have the academic behaviors to be successful in class? That's where we teach those behaviors. Who's responsible for that? School-wide teams. Are the teacher teams responsible for teaching those academic behaviors? We're reinforcing those, but we're not responsible for specifically teaching those to kids who are still not responding in the classroom. So what does it look like? I've got kids who don't know how to take notes. They could be successful, but they don't know how to take notes. They don't have a skill issue. They have a note-taking issue. They have an academic behavior issue. We've got to have some supports on that side of the pyramid led by our leadership team or our administrative team or somebody that's available to get kids help in that area. And why do I not want my teacher teams doing that? Because my teacher teams have to be focused on the kids who have a skill issue, right? You with me? Something else that goes on the left-hand side of that pyramid right there in the middle. Do you have any kids that have a will issue? Kids who could do the work but choose not to do the work. Got any kids like that? Not one here in Woodward, right? You guys have figured it out. If you figure it out, you better write a book fast. You'll be a millionaire. Yeah, so on the left-hand side of the pyramid in the middle right there, on that red part, we've got to get some interventions in place for kids who have a will problem. And why do I not want my teacher teams dealing with that? Because you got to deal with the kids who have a skill problem, right? You got to be getting kids help who are trying as hard as they can, but they still haven't learned the essential. So we got to have some other supports over here that are dealing with kids that have a will issue, all right? Now, there's some ways that we can do that, and we can investigate more into that, but got to have some supports for that. And they can't be the same supports, right? If I put a kid who has a will issue in an intervention with kids who have skill issues, what happens? Yeah, these kids over here that have will issues that are choosing not to, they're going to do whatever they can to distract, detract, disrupt the learning over here because they don't care anything about doing the learning right now. So what do we have to have over here? We got to have people that care more about them doing the learning than they care about not doing it, right? And I don't need somebody that is an expert in the content. I need somebody on this side or some bodies that are great at building relationships with kids and great at holding them accountable. Both of those things. If I get somebody that's great at building relationships but can't hold a kid accountable, well, that's the teacher everybody wants to go to, right? Because I can do whatever I want to in that room. Right? I love Miss Jones. Don't send me to Mr. Jones, but I love Miss Jones because I don't have to do nothing. Right? She's my best friend. If I get somebody who's really good at holding kids accountable but can't build a relationship, what do I have over there now? Now I've got toxicity because they haven't built a relationship. They're just browbeating kids all the time. So you got to have somebody that's got both. to motivate that kid to continue to do the work and require the work of that student. Then down at the bottom, the last part of the pyramid down here, okay? This is our tier 3 interventions and those universal skills. Whose responsibility is that primarily? Yeah, leadership team, all right? Admin team. We've got to have something in place there to support our teacher teams to get those kids the multiple grade levels behind support so that you guys can do the on grade level support, okay? You see how all those things flow together and work together? I hope you got a chance to take a note or two on that. I have given you in your handouts, I'm just going to tell you, we got a few minutes left. We're going to play a little fun game before we get done. But I've given you some handouts about how do we support kids to take them through it. I've given you a few reflection questions of just looking at your current reality. I've also given you a handout about where does special ed fit into this system. And then last but not least, I also gave you a handout of just some brainstorming ideas of how do we support kids online. Like if you have to go online or you've got kids who are online, how do we support those kids through this system of RTI? So I gave you some instruction on that of what you might do, okay? But here's what I want you to do right now. Just you and your brain buddy. You're going to have to do this quickly because we're going to end on time in 6 minutes. Ready? I want you guys to partner up together. I need you to sit knee to knee. I need one of you to face the back wall and one of you to face the front wall and be ready to go, okay? Knee to knee. One person sitting facing the front wall, one person sitting facing the back wall. All right, here we go. Yeah, same thing in our elementary people. One of you shouldn't be able to see the screen. All right, here we go. If you've never played $100,000 pyramid, here's how it works. The person who can see my screen, when I flash a word up there, you guys are going to give clues. Yeah, they're not cheating in the back. I saw you. The person that can see the screen is going to give clues about what the word or phrase is. Oh, don't show it up there. If we show it up there, they're going to cheat. Is there a way to turn the back TV off? Okay. So, but you can't use any of the words that are in the phrase that's on the screen, okay? Can't use any of that. You can sing it, do whatever, but you can't use any of the words. Ready? Hey, when your partner guesses it, when your partner guesses the word, I need you to stand up and give me a big yee-haw. Ready? Here we go. First word. Ready? Go. That's a wimpy yee-haw. I need a yee-haw. Come on. Yeah. Nice. Good. Did you get it? Yeehaw. No, it's you. It's you. All right. All right. There we go. We got more people. All right. If they didn't get it, give it to them. Give it to them if they didn't get it. Here we go. Next word. Ready? I'm keeping up with points. Ready? Here we go. Next word. Go. Yeah. Yeehaw. Yeehaw. All right. All right, if they didn't get it, give it to them. Hey, some of you are like, yeehaw, whatever. Come on, I'm looking for the best one. All right, here we go. Next one. They're going to get harder. Here we go. Next one. Ready? Go. Yeah. Come on, I didn't hear you. That's it, huh? Nobody? Yeehaw? Come on, there we go. All right. Yeah. All right, give it to him. That was a tough one, huh? Hey, I saw a bunch of you doing this. Yeah, trying to figure it out. All right, here we go. Ready? Go. Yeah? I told you this got harder. Did we get it? Yeah. Some of you are still on the first word. You're like, not here, up here. Right? All right, give it to them if you didn't get it. Give it to them. Give it to them if they didn't get it. Hey, some of you, hey, what are we really trying to do? And you were 30 seconds in still doing this number. Here, not here, here. Okay. Hey, do this quickly. Ready? Stand up and switch chairs. Here we go. First word. On your mark, get set, go. Yeah? All right. Yeehaw. Yeah. Yeehaw. So, that's awesome. Hey, all right, give it to them if they don't have it. Give it to them. Hey, this is a true story. True story. I was in a school about a month ago, and we actually did this particular one. I was in a school about a month ago, and we did this one. And I had a lady like right here, right next to me, and she was going, juicy, juicy, it's juicy. I was like, I think that's not the right word. She was like, yeah, you're right. No, it's what are our beliefs and what are yeah, she thought it was juicy couture, right? I was like, I wouldn't have put couture up here. What is that? All right, here we go. Next word. Ready? Hey, there we go. Yeehaw! Yeehaw! Anybody? We got a few. There we go. There we go. All right. All right. Give it to them if they didn't get it. Give it to them if they didn't get it. Here we go. Last one. Now look, we're gonna keep doing it. I'm gonna keep you past time if we don't get some good yeehaws on this one. This is the last one. Ready? Go. Yeah. Yeah? All right. All right. All right. Hey. All right. Hey, stay right where you are. Stay right where. If your partner hadn't gotten it by now, I'm a little concerned. We're 6 hours into this. We should have gotten that one. Hey, give yourselves a hand for participating. I really appreciate that. We're going to end with this. Many of you probably remember this picture. It was taken a few years ago now, but that's the little boy that I showed you earlier. So that's Jabin. So that is Jabin. And, you know, after years and years and years of trying to catch him up through this thing called RTI. He graduated on time with his grade level peers, and he skipped a whole grade, right? And that wasn't because of something like some magic potion that we gave him in 5th and 6th grade. It was the continued efforts for the next 7 years of his career to catch him up through this kind of system. I don't know if you can see his shirt or if you remember from the story last year, but he joined the U.S. Marines. He's now out, and he's back in junior college going on to get an associate's degree. So just a kiddo that I'm super proud of, and I know you guys have success stories just like that. So just know this. You've got Jabins in your school right now, okay? And we are their very best hope. Thank you guys so much for an awesome day. I appreciate you participating, and if there's anything I can do for you in the future, please don't hesitate to let me know. Thank you very much.
The elementary has already gone left. I don't know what happened down there, but anyway, what is the most important tool in an RTI MTSS process? Yell it out loud so I can hear it. The teacher. The teacher, you are the most important tool in that process, okay? What I'd like for you to do is get what you wrote this morning as a definition of RTI and MTSS. I don't want you to do it now because Mr. Reynolds wants to visit with you about what's going to happen tomorrow with masks, but I want you to reflect on what you wrote this morning and what you know now, okay? Mr. Reynolds.
All right, first of all, a round of applause for Brandon for putting up with, yes. He was very patient with us this morning. We sent you the wrong handout. We had some tech stuff we had to work through, and he's a trooper for hanging with us on that. I appreciate it very much. Listen, I was hoping that I was making this for the elementaries. What happened to them? They left. They weren't supervised. You weren't out there, so they just left. So, I don't know, but just to iterate what I said this morning about the mask, we're not turning this place into the mask police tomorrow, and we're not, scarlet letter or shackling people or, 20 lashes with a wet noodle or whatever. We want to go into this with a positive attitude about why the masks are important, and you guys all understand, probably everybody in here has seen Facebook or you know about it, that some of the attitudes that are out there about how it's just ridiculous and so forth. It's important, and we are talking to the health department almost every day, and we want to make sure and keep an eye. We don't care, not that we don't care, what's happening in a prison or in a nursing home or something doesn't necessarily directly impact us, but that can have an effect on community spread. The community spread outside of those facilities is what we're worried about. The longer we can keep that stuff out of our schools, the longer that we stay in school, and that's a big deal, okay? It's a big deal. Thank you so much for being interactive today and participating. It was a great day. Thanks again, Brandon. You guys have a great day. See ya.